The Board of Education special meeting is now called to order. Roll call, Geiger.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Great, all right. And so our sole purpose for this is to have an executive session. The board will vote to convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024E1 for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators as related to the terms of the superintendent's contract. Do I have a motion to convene an executive session?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers? Aye. Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
All right, so the motion carries and the board will now convene an executive session in the superintendent conference room. In addition to the board's outside counsel from Kaplan and Ernest, Kristen Edgar, will join us for executive session, and we will come back to the public to adjourn. We are back in from executive session, and our next item is to adjourn the special meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Geiger, second by Moore. Geiger, and then just real quick, we're going to start our next meeting at 5:05, just to give us a quick break, and then we'll be back out here at 5:05. So roll call for adjournment. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
All right, we're now adjourned. The Board of Education is now called to order. Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Moving into the DCSD spotlight, we have a pretty awesome group of kids here. So,
Terrific. Thank you so much. We are actually going to start with a video, and then we are going to recognize an amazing group of people from Legend. So we're going to start with a video from Martin Luther King Jr. to Rosa Parks and more. Mrs. Gimmett and her third grade class at Eagle Ridge Elementary are researching historic figures of the past and present in recognition of Black History Month. So I thought you all would really enjoy this video, and thanks to Communications, as always, for making it. So go right ahead.
We're actually doing a couple of different cultural units.
We were learning about Black History Month.
Because it's Black History Month, we decided to decorate our door to represent different leaders and politicians and authors. On our door, you can pick like different facts and read them, which is pretty cool.
Martin Luther King Jr. gave the Have a Dream speech.
This week, we've been learning about Martin Luther King Jr.
Can you tell me one fact that you remember about Martin Luther King Jr.?
and Rosa Parks, and it's been really interesting.
I've been learning about Rosa Parks, how she was a hero.
She received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is a really high award that you can get for doing really brave acts.
We've been learning them by reading books and watching videos.
She was lucky enough to be honored with her own stamp. For our literacy time during their independent work, they're doing a compare and contrast to see how they both helped shape history, but also what things they did that were different.
It's just a really exciting thing to learn about.
They love it. They're so excited and engaged. I want them to feel when they leave my classroom, they can still just bring so much hope and joy and empathy to other people.
Okay, and secondly, tonight we have the incredible honor of recognizing some true heroes from Legend High School. I'm going to ask Principal Jason Jacob and the staff and students who are here from Legend High School to join me up front, along with Legend's Athletic Director Dan Symington and District Athletic Director and Assistant Athletic Director Derek Cheney and Brad Whitticus. So please come on up, everyone. We're just going to kind of line up here. All right, and we are going to start with Derek Cheney to talk a little bit to introduce Dan and the staff. And I'm excited for all of you to hear about the incredible story and the incredible heroism of everyone standing up here. So with that, I'll hand it to Derek.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Board, thank you for letting us be here this evening and celebrate this amazing accomplishments of these individuals. As District Athletic Director, you have emergency action plans. You hope that they work and you think they're going to work and they're a good plan, but can people get them done under pressure? And I think what you're going to hear tonight is when the pressure was on, these folks came through in a big way. And I can't just say how proud we are of all of you that, that saved a life. And that's not understating. So it's very proud of how you guys performed under pressure, because that is not easy to do. So just very proud. And I know Brad's done a lot of work with our athletic trainers as well. And thank you for all your work. And I want to turn over to Dan Symington as Athletic Director of Legend. He was there that evening. And thank you for being there and all the work you did that evening as well.
Absolutely. So thank you. On behalf of all of our staff, we just want to thank everybody. It's
a night of gratitude to be recognized by the Board of Education for the heroic efforts of our staff. Superintendent Kane, we have felt the love from you and your staff. Assistant Superintendent Windsor, the phone calls from both of you have meant a lot to us. Derek and Brad, just their leadership, and you think back to the systems that they've put in place, to handle a situation. You go through the trainings, we all have to go through them. They're on us all the time to make sure we're completing them, and this was the reason why. Before we kind of talk about what happened, I do want to recognize two important people who have become part of our district family and our Legend family. In the very back is Chris Knoll, the district athletic director from Colorado Springs, and John Schub, who's the Doherty athletic director. We'd love for you guys to come up and join us also. Through this process, just the communication on the night between our team and their team, and it's brought our schools and our districts and our athletic departments closer together. These guys have been an incredible support and have gone above and beyond to recognize our team. So we want to recognize them for making the trip over Monument Hill on a night like this when everybody's hoping for a snow day tomorrow. You guys can give us the report on the way back, but just want to make sure they're a part of this because they've been a big part of everything. During a sophomore level basketball game at Legend High School, Legend High School was competing against Doherty High School. And in the fourth quarter of the game with about 4 minutes remaining, a student athlete from Doherty was calling for a sub in the middle of the game. His coach subbed him out. At the same time, there was a timeout on the court. And as we watched the student, from the stands, the student came over. It was a 30-second timeout, so his team was standing up, but he immediately went over to the bench. One of the assistant coaches from Doherty was tending to him, and communicating, and, went to get the athlete some water. So as he kind of took off around the players to go get some water, the student passed out on the floor. At that time, luckily, I happened to be in the gym, and, the coaches started to surround the student athlete just, to try and figure out what was going on. He was unresponsive. He was unconscious, pretty immediate. So the coaches were trying to tend to him as I was walking over. And luckily, I know from this experience what I was feeling inside as I approached the student, and we couldn't get a response from him. People have praised us and praised myself for being so calm, but on the inside, there was nothing calm about it. Without these people, the whole situation could have gone completely different. And I just want to recognize how calm everybody remained in the situation. And I do think that during the whole event, everybody's training did kick in, and it was really impressive. So as I came upon the scene, I went to Charlie Ladbrook. Where's Charlie? Charlie's right here. Charlie is a teacher who volunteers his time to be a scorekeeper at all levels of games. So after a long school day as a teacher, he's there keeping score till about 9 o'clock at night. Charlie recognized the situation and immediately ran to our athletic trainer's office to get our training staff. He was really essential in all of that. As soon as he was able to get Sarah Kramer, who is our head athletic trainer at Legend High School, Sarah was the first trainer on scene. I was on the phone with 911, and at the same time, Joan Stewart. Joan, please be recognized. Joan has been at Legend High School for 17 years as an educational assistant, retired last year. She has taken tickets at Legend events for all 17 years, so she still continues to do that. Joan jumped on 911 immediately and talked with emergency personnel and directed them exactly where they needed to go in order to access the student. Next on scene was Maddie England, who is our Douglas County School District float athletic trainer. So luckily we had Maddie in our building that night. So really it was the three of us and the coaching staff from Doherty who were immediately there with the student athlete. At that time, I do want to recognize our three student athletic trainers, Lily Lafferty, Megan Kirkpatrick, and Jackson Zimmerman. Can you guys just step forward a little bit? So I'd like to talk about these students, okay, freshmen and sophomore students who were essential in this process of saving this young man's life. As Maddie and Sarah were tending to the student and I was on the phone with 911, they were directing these three exactly the equipment we needed to go and get to tend to the student. Lily and Megan went and got all the athletic trainer bags, towels, everything that we might need. And Jackson recognized that we needed an AED, as part of the communication from Maddie and Sarah. Jackson knew exactly where the AEDs were placed in our building, ran to the training room to get that. It was essential of all three of these to get the equipment. And as I, in the scene, didn't realize the impact that all three of them had. When I went back to review our systems, it was amazing how calm they all stayed and how they all knew what their job was. And their training from Sarah and Maddie really picked up, and you guys were really heroic in that day. Okay, and I'll come back to you three in a minute. Okay. As this is all happening, Kendra Gish is our game manager. So she runs all our events for our boys and girls basketball program. Kendra was communicating with all of staff, and she knew from the plans that we put in place that Derek and Brad have referenced that she needed to clear the gym, that something wasn't right with this student athlete. So she was essential in clearing the gym and getting all spectators out there because it was becoming quite the scene and pretty scary for all of us. So Kendra was essential in that, and then she was the one that directed EMS and communicated with police officers and the Parker Police on exactly what was going on. So during this situation, the student athlete was unresponsive, unconscious. We immediately, Maddie and Sarah got the AED on the student. They did have to shock him back to life, and then they started compressions. We've all practiced it, but actually seeing it in action is a totally different thing. And my job was to monitor them and make sure I switched them out when they were tired. That's what I was told to do. So Sarah started, Maddie jumped in there, and then all of a sudden, a savior came from the commons of our school. Alexis Oswald was coaching JV Palms, so she was getting our girls ready for their big national dance competition. She is a registered nurse. She came flying in, asked how she can help. As soon as these two were tired, Alexis jumped in. She's also a former graduate of Legend, which we're very proud of her. So she jumped into the situation and helped with compressions. I think I've covered everyone on our team, right, so far. So with that, we continued compressions. The AD evaluated the student athlete. He did not need a second shock because of the work and how quick we got everything, to the student and started the compression process as emergency services approached, and then they kind of took over the situation. Chris and John were at the hospital, and I was able to visit with them that night. And their first comment was gratitude for our team and the quickness with which these people reacted, and also mentioned that the emergency room doctor said without these people right here, that student athlete would not be alive today. Our other piece of gratitude is we want to praise Masa, who is the student athlete. And Shub, you're going to have to help me out. Mahungu. Masa was new to Doherty High School in October of this year. And because of this process, we found out that he did have a heart defect. A week later, initially we thought 2 to 3 months he'd have to have a heart surgery. In a week, he was strong enough to go into surgery and have a heart surgery. He came through that with flying colors. He is back supporting his teammates to this day, and it's all because of these people. Yeah. So, yeah. The last thing I'll just say is I just want to convey, I think you find out a lot about yourself when you're faced with such a traumatic and scary thing. But I'm very proud of each individual and how calm they remained. we were sitting there and everything happened so quick. There's no spectators in the gym. Emergency services is taking Masa away. And so a few of us are just kind of left in the gym like, what do we do? And, I'll never forget this moment, but Jackson, came back into the gym. I don't even know where these three ended up and what they were doing until I watched. They were there supporting us the whole time, but, Jackson just kind of fell in my arms and we just cried together. But what an incredible moment, and just so proud of these kids and how they handled themselves, let alone the adults of our team. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce Principal Jacob, if that's okay. All right.
No, first off, I just want to personally thank you guys for being there that night. I do truly believe you were there for a reason that night, to be able to save a young man's life and act where so many people in those moments might not have done what you have done. So thank you. And we always talk about a legend taking care of people. And you guys, that was your first reaction, going in and taking care of that individual and the others around him, because it was a pretty traumatic experience for a lot of people that were there that night. I obviously was on my way up a little bit later on and then had a chance to kind of hear all the things and just kind of work through it all from that lens. But I think, Dan, I need to also commend you on your leadership and your guidance with all of that. There's a lot of little things that I think don't get recognized, and just your care, your love, the communication, the fact that you went to the hospital, you were staying at the hospital. Those are the little things that go unnoticed that make a difference with people. And that is what shined through. And Masa is going to continue to thrive, and you guys are a part of his life in somehow, some way. So just thank you on behalf of Legend, me, just proud principal on how you guys were. So thank you. Proud principal. All right, with you guys. So congratulations to them all again.
Well, I can barely talk after that story. I can't express enough gratitude to all of you, and for all of the amazing training and for your reaction and your instinct to always help others. So, and thank you so much for being here tonight from Monument. So, thank you so much, everyone. We really, really appreciate everything that you've done, and what an incredible celebration because of everything that you did. So thank you. How about one more round of applause? Director Thompson has certificates for everyone, and then we'll take a group photo. All right, I think we can put kind of the smaller people in the front, if that works okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Jason, you're in the back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Principal Jacob in the way back, yeah. There we go, perfect.
Can we get everybody to scoot together just a tiny bit more? Great, okay. Do a couple of these. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you.
Thank you again, you guys. You guys are amazing.
Truly heroic. Thank you very,
that
very
concludes.
much.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we will move into item 5, the acceptance of the agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Moved. Second.
Moved by Moore, second by Geiger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. All right, moving into superintendent updates.
Okay, thank you very much. As mentioned in our video and at our last meeting, February is Black History Month. Thank you to Eagle Ridge Elementary for allowing us to spotlight their Black History Month efforts in the video you saw earlier. Many other schools have exciting programming taking place this month, and here's just a few examples. Highlands Ranch High School has Black History Month displays spotlighting prominent figures in Black history located in their school library. Castle Rock Middle School also has a display in their school and quotes from prominent African Americans in history that are being shared during morning announcements. At Crest Hill Middle School, representatives from the Mizell Museum will be hosting an 8th grade assembly called At the Table with Martin Luther King Jr., taking place February 19th. And at Ranch View Middle School, the social studies teachers have taken the lead in recognizing Black History Month in meaningful ways, from warm-up activities to highlighting prominent figures in Black history. February is also Career and Technical Education Month, and you will hear a Pathways update later in this meeting. We are so excited to be able to further expand our pathway offerings thanks to the voters who said yes to our 2024 bond. We will be adding an automotive pathway to Highlands Ranch High School, a cosmetology pathway to Douglas County High School, and a variety of new offerings at the DCSD Legacy Campus. We're incredibly grateful to be able to do this. The wait lists for our career and technical education programming and pathways are very large, so we are excited to be able to meet more of our student demand and our workforce demand. February 15th is National School Resource Officer Day. We appreciate all of our SROs with Castle Rock, Lone Tree, Parker Police Department, along with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and we thank them for all that they do. The Accelerating Students Through Concurrent Enrollment, or ASCENT program, is a fifth-year high school program that allows students to participate in concurrent enrollment in the year after 12th grade to enroll in post-secondary courses and earn college credit at no tuition cost to them or their families. There are 2 information meetings about ASCENT coming up. One is on Thursday, February 20th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at Thunder Ridge High School. Monday, March 3rd from 6 to 7 p.m. at the ACC Sturm Collaboration Campus in Castle Rock. Families can learn more about ASCENT by talking to their high school counselor. We encourage students and families to take advantage of this great program. The Douglas County School District Spelling Bee took place on February 1st, bringing together 67 talented students from 58 elementary, middle, and charter schools to compete for the top spot. Congratulations to our winners. First place, Sai Shariz, and then we have Shariapu Reddy, 6th grader at World Compass Academy. Second place, Carson Beckstead, a 7th grader at Mesa Middle School. And third place, Drew Krinhop, a 5th grader at Lone Tree Elementary. The top 24 spellers will advance to the first round of the Colorado State Spelling Bee. Very, very amazing, the words that these kids learn how to spell. We are gearing up to solicit feedback from our community to shape our next strategic plan. A stakeholder survey is now live on our website, along with information about upcoming community forums. This is our community's chance to join us in imagining what DCSD should look like in 2035. This is an opportunity to have conversations about what our students should know and be prepared for by the time they graduate high school, especially in this world with quickly evolving technology and career pathways. The survey and meeting information can be found on the strategic plan page of our website. Invitations to participate will be sent to the community very soon. Our amazing IT department worked with our local law enforcement partners to help them and us be able to access body cam footage more easily. This may sound like a minor thing, but it was actually a very big feat, and we're incredibly proud of the integration that they were able to do. We have already distributed over 430 senior gold cards after debuting this new program last month. The gold card offers our senior neighbors ages 60 and over free admission to most DCSD home athletic events and most student fine arts performances, including plays, concerts, and choir performances. We are really excited to have enrolled so many seniors already. We welcome anybody else to go to our website and become part of our DCSD family. The next Parent University webinar is taking place on Wednesday, February 26th at 5:30 p.m. The topic is volunteer opportunities for DCSD students and families. Parent University sponsor HCA Health One, Skyridge, and Douglas County Parks and Trails will join us to discuss volunteer opportunities available to our DCSD students and to their families. The annual Girls and Women's in Sports Luncheon is happening on Friday, February 14th at the Legacy Campus. I know many of you plan to attend. It's a really fantastic event every year to celebrate our girls in sports. And then this Friday, February 14th, is a professional development day, so there will be no students. Monday, February 17th, our schools and our district are closed in observance of President's Day. And that concludes tonight's superintendent updates. Thank you.
All right, moving then into item 7, which is public comment. Tonight, 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than other guests or staff in the room. And please also keep your comments appropriate for a K-12 audience. We will start with, we have a student that is going to speak, then we'll move to remote and then back to in-person. So Aiden Goss.
Hello, I'm Aiden Goss. I'm a senior at Legend High School. I'm here today to speak about an issue that not only I experience, but many arts and theater students alike. I'm here today to address Douglas County School District art funding, why it matters, and how it affects not only me, but all of my fellow classmates as well. It has come to our attention that as art students, we aren't valued, or not valued, but seen as good as our compatriot student athletes. At least Legend, we see that every single time that we have to enroll in a fine arts class, which is required by the district, we have to fork over hundreds, if not thousands of dollars of our own money or our parents' money. This fund alone doesn't allow for our program's growth, especially the choir and orchestra programs. And so we have to do year-to-year fundraisers, and which pulls from the pockets of family members and parents and friends alike in order to make very minuscule gains that rarely ever carry over from year to year. While funding allocated by the district is primarily handled by their respective schools, there are requirements, like I aforementioned, that are required by the county that we must participate in at least 2 different semesters of a fine arts class, including but not limited to choral music, band, orchestra, drawing and painting, ceramics, etc. This requirement should set a bare minimum amount of funding necessary to keep those classes running, such as materials, music, instruments, things like that. As it has been shown time and time again that arts education fosters a sense of creativity and wonder that allows a lot of students, like myself, a gateway to creative self-expression. This self-expression and creativity not only opened doors for many of my fellow students into engineering, be it through computer-aided design or some form of graphic design. And it fosters a passion for learning, which should be what every education system strives for. And I believe that students should have the opportunity to develop that creative mindset in whatever arts program they so choose, without having to give hundreds of dollars to gain access to new realms of artistry. While this isn't necessarily the case for some programs, this is the case for most. And this fundraising type of funding has been the case for Legend High School, at least, almost as long as I've known how to do addition. However, it doesn't take very much to see that without the help of both the district and the school board, these programs are going to die off. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving to our remote speakers tonight, we have Mary Beth Tullis and then Amy Winju. Mary Beth.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Awesome. Good evening, board. Good evening, members of the school board, educators, parents, and students. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mary Beth Tullis. I'm a mom to two DCSD students, a 4th grader and an 11th grader. My 11th grader, both dyslexic and gifted, was pushed through this system until 6th grade without any support. He did not qualify for any services because he was not performing low enough. A very special 6th grade team at Northridge Elementary was the only reason why we pursued an outside evaluation. Without that evaluation, my son's specific language struggle, which happens to be dyslexia, as well as his off-the-charts math abilities would have never been discovered. I'm so grateful for that team. So as I am here tonight in favor of a screener, please keep in mind that a screener won't catch all dyslexic students. I think teachers and parents need to be informed of other less formal measures to identify these signs as well. Dyslexia is a specific learning disability that is neurobiological in origin. It is characterized by difficulties with accurate and/or fluent word recognition, poor spelling, and decoding abilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological component of language, which is unexpected in relation to their other cognitive abilities and the provision of effective classroom instruction. Early identification of dyslexia is crucial for several reasons. First, it allows us to provide timely and targeted interventions. Research shows that the earlier we can identify dyslexia, the more effective our interventions can be, potentially mitigating the adverse effects on self-esteem and academic performance. Second, early identification helps to prevent the frustration and anxiety that students with dyslexia often experience, which can lead to disengagement from school and behavioral issues. By recognizing these students' needs early, we can foster a more inclusive and supportive educational environment. A dyslexia screener can be a powerful tool in our educational toolkit. It's an efficient way to assess risk of dyslexia in students. Typically administered in the early years of schooling. Screeners can help us identify students who may need further diagnostic testing and targeted support. Importantly, a screener is not a diagnosis, but a first step in understanding and addressing a student's learning needs. Implementing a dyslexia screener aligns with our commitment to equity and inclusivity in Douglas County. It ensures that all students have the opportunity to succeed regardless of their learning challenges. And it will lead to improved literacy rates and academic outcomes. I urge the board to consider the implementation of a dyslexia
15
screener
seconds remaining.
as a vital step towards supporting all of our students' educational needs. By doing so, we can ensure that every child has the opportunity to reach their full potential. Thank you for your attention and consideration this evening.
Thank you. Amy Winju.
Hello?
Hi, Amy, go ahead.
Yes, hi, good evening. Tonight I'll be speaking about the recent executive orders. President Trump's executive order titled Ending Radical Indoctrination in K-12 Schooling was issued on January 29th, and it aims to eliminate what it describes as anti-American, subversive, and harmful ideologies in school. The order specifically targets the promotion of gender ideology and critical race theory, asserting that such teachings indoctrinate students. DCSD's education equity policy, adopted in March of 2021, seeks to establish an inclusive culture to ensure all students, staff, and community members feel safe and valued. At the same time, the policy emphasizes diversity, equity, and inclusion, including the formation of an equity advisory council to advise on systemic implementation. Given that the DCSD's education equity policy promotes DEI initiatives, it could be interpreted as conflicting with the executive order's directives against certain ideologies. The district's Education Advisory Council is designed to support and advise the implementation of the district's equity policy. The AC collaborates with district leadership and falls under Superintendent Kane's purview. It aims to promote an inclusive culture. However, given that EAC's mission includes advising on DEI initiatives, there is the potential for conflict with this executive order, which has directives against certain ideologies to include DEI. DCSD's board policy titled Non-Discrimination and Equal Opportunity is committed to promoting a safe learning environment and work environment where all members of the community are treated with dignity and respect. The policy prohibits, however, discrimination based on various characteristics, such as sexual orientation. Given the district's AC policy emphasizes non-discrimination and equal opportunity, it does align with federal and state laws prohibiting discrimination. However, the inclusion of protections based on sexual orientation and gender identity could be interpreted as conflicting with the executive order. The executive order defending women from gender ideology, extremism, and restoring biological truth to the federal government states that federal funds should not be used to promote gender ideology.
15 seconds remaining.
If we look at DCSD's ADB education equity policy, we once again see that it emphasizes individual diversity, which includes genders, sexual orientations, gender expressions, and gender identities, and that it may very well indeed contradict the executive order defending women.
All right, moving to in-person, we have Lucy Squire, Kelly Mayer, and then Cindy Jensen. Lucy.
Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. I am Lucy Squire, elementary teacher and proud president of Douglas County Federation, our local teacher and staff union. When I started teaching 20 years ago, I was fortunate to experience working as a brand new, bubbly teacher when the union and the district participated in the legally protected process of collective bargaining. DCF was at all new employee meetings and shared the stage with district leadership. Teachers who have been in the district for more than 10 years have weathered some harsh times. Once the school board let our collective bargaining expire in 2012, we had no voice and no seat at the table. We are no longer the district of the Reform Board era. We are now more competitive with our neighboring districts. We are a district of opportunity and hope, of inclusion and growth, and yet there is still one large thing missing: a truly collaborative and unwavering working relationship between the district and DCF. The truth is, the collective bargaining between DCF and DCSD made us a destination district. Teaching jobs were hard to get. Employees didn't want to leave. I was fortunate enough to have landed in the district then, and I'm still incredibly fortunate to be here today. Yes, we have worked together to rebuild our working relationship. One big example of this is collectively passing the bond and MLO. However, it would seem that we, district leaders in DCF, have differing ideas about collaboration. To us, this means allowing DCF members the time and space to work together and negotiate with the district over terms. DCF is a union with its own democratic structure, created to give staff a voice. Value of a collective bargaining agreement cannot be replaced with temporary committees and information sessions. We are asking you to recognize our consistent presence in plan development. Let me give a specific example pertaining to school pairing. I attended the NPAES committee meeting this past Wednesday, where Chief of Staff Colella presented 5 options regarding staffing at paired schools. We spent time talking about pros and cons and were told we would be notified Friday of the final decision. There wasn't an opportunity to solicit feedback or suggestions from our colleagues and very little time to propose our own ideas. DCF came together to fill this gap and solicited input from staff. In 3 days, we had 169 responses to a staffing protocol survey related to the school pairings. Majority support fell to option 3. Ahead of school year 26-27, each position in a newly paired school is open, but only to all receiving and closing school staff. DCF will submit written comment with more suggestions that we hope the board will consider. To sum up, this example points to the benefit of acknowledging our union structure. While we had to work quickly and were not specifically given the space to develop a proposal, we did. Now the BOE can make a decision knowing that they have truly heard from staff, because isn't that the goal in all of this, working together? This is what collective bargaining is. It ensures that district administrators and DCF members
15
meet to
seconds
discuss policy
remaining.
ideas and considerations. Collective bargaining would help to positively impact our livelihood as educators and staff. To loosely quote Julia Roberts in Notting Hill, I am just a teacher standing in front of a school board asking them to give us collective bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Mayer, Cindy Jensen, and then Brianna Ranger.
Good evening. Tonight I'm representing Douglas County parents. We would like to acknowledge the frustration and heartache that are occurring due to the need to consolidate some schools. DCP has witnessed many of these conversations over the years. We hope the efforts of the North Planning Area Engagement Group to explore and understand the challenges and feelings of those involved are successful. Working together to find solutions for our schools and the people they serve is the right thing to do. There are quite a few bills that your lobbyists should consider for the benefit of DCSD students and staff. Douglas County Parents supports the following legislation that encourages public education for all. HB 25-1037 is for eligible teachers to receive income tax credits. HB 25-1038 would create an online platform that would provide information about academic credit transfers. HB 25-1075 concerns regulation for speech-language pathology assistants. HB 25-1149, comprehensive Black history and culture education K-12. This one is specifically important to DCSD in light of the Department of Justice continuation of their investigation of practices in DCSD. Show them you value this work and get ahead of potential lawsuits. HB 25-1178, banning student seclusion, especially in light of policies passed in the last board meeting. SB 25-027, trauma-informed school safety practices. SB 25-063, literacy resource standards. SB 25-123, education curriculum on genocide against Native Americans. There are many more bills that we would encourage DCSD to explore and commit to in order to safeguard our teachers and their students. They deserve our consideration. Lastly, we're looking forward to this evening's reflections on the Dyslexia Lunch and Learn. We hope strides have been made to the commitment of a dyslexia screener, since there are no guarantees that any of these bills will pass to support this extremely important priority of literacy for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Jensen and Brianna Ranger.
Hi. I'm a grandparent and community member of Douglas County School District. A couple of months ago, I sent an email to all the board members requesting that an AP Studies course and a book be removed from the consent agenda simply to allow for discussion before approval. I received a response from Brad Geiger within a day or two. I was surprised and disappointed by his response, which was very insulting, demeaning, condescending, and extremely rude. It was filled with false assumptions and was accusatory regarding my values and beliefs, including referring to me as a professional agitator. My only interest in the Douglas County School Board is as it affects the education and lives of my grandchildren and all children. I realize there is disagreement on some issues between various board members, parents, family, and community members. But disagreement should not be an excuse for such egregious behavior by board members. There are multiple statements on the Douglas County School District website referring to effective communication being available to all community members and being conducted with respect and kindness. The responsibility of the school board to initiate and maintain effective communication and feedback with citizens, and that the board is interested in and seriously considers their perspectives. Mr. Geiger's response was not respectful or kind, as is stated in the statements from the website. I find it ironic that Mr. Geiger sent this response to me on the same day that the district was holding a presentation addressing bullying in the schools that evening. Becky Myers also responded to my request and expressed her views on the book that I had expressed concerns about. While her views disagreed with what I had stated, she was very respectful and simply explained the reasons for her perspective. I very much appreciated her response and explanation. I mentioned Mrs. Myers' response to say thank you for being respectful even though you disagreed with me. I consider it to be an example of how it's possible to disagree with someone and still be respectful of them. It was only a few months ago that Susan Meek and Brad Geiger felt it was appropriate to publicly shame a parent during a school board meeting because they had concern regarding an incident involving that parent's son and a teacher. Disrespect for parents and community members seems to be a common occurrence for these two board members. Something is said at every board meeting about the district wanting and welcoming community input, really. Maybe only if you agree with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Ranger. Good evening, members of the board. Let's start with a few statements you've probably heard before. Statements that are completely false, yet shape the way our schools serve or fail to serve some of our most complex learners. Smart kids can't have disabilities. IEPs are only for learning-based needs. Giftedness and challenges can't be addressed at the same time. These misconceptions aren't just wrong, they are damaging. They leave twice exceptional students struggling in a system that wasn't built for them, forced to choose between getting support for their challenges or having their gifts nurtured, but rarely both. I want to acknowledge and thank you for your recent efforts to better understand dyslexia by experiencing it firsthand. That kind of commitment to learning is exactly what we need. But dyslexia is just one of many disabilities our students face. Imagine what it's like for a student who is both profoundly gifted and profoundly dyslexic, who can discuss complex scientific theories but can't read at grade level. Or the child who has an IQ in the 95th percentile but is paralyzed by anxiety or sensory overwhelm in a traditional classroom. These students exist. They are in our schools right now, and too often they are misunderstood, misdiagnosed, or even pushed out of the district entirely. We cannot afford to keep failing these kids, but here is the good news. We don't have to. We have an opportunity right now to lead, to be at the forefront of something better. Here's how. Number one, training our general education teachers to recognize and support 2E students. They are our first line of defense, yet most don't receive the training needed to recognize a twice exceptional student. A student who refuses to write may not be lazy. They may have dysgraphia. A child who interrupts constantly may not be disruptive. They may have ADHD with rapid high-level thinking. Without training, these students are too often overlooked, mislabeled, or disciplined rather than supported. Number two, early and systematic screening for both disabilities and twice exceptionality, so students aren't forced to fail before getting the support they need. Number three, joint IEP and ALP planning, ensuring that 2E students don't have fragmented plans that ignore the intersection of their strengths and challenges. Number four, new educational options beyond the traditional Discovery, AN, or SSN programs, because right now, too many 2E students have no place to go and are forced to leave DCSD or homeschool. And number five, a shift toward positive psychology,
15 seconds
focusing on
remaining.
strengths, growth, and potential rather than just deficits and remediation. This benefits not just 2E students, but our entire school community. Imagine a district where every child, no matter how complex, feels seen, understood, and challenged in the right ways. That's the power that we have to create. Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. We'll move into item number 8, the adoption of consent agenda. Do I have a motion concerning consent agenda?
I move to approve consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Meek, second by Moore. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. We'll move on to the approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the minutes from the regular meeting held on January 28th and the retreat held on January 25th. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes listed?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Moved by Meek, second by Geiger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weininger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Moving into our study action item, Douglas County School District Pathways update for a 20-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A.
Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor will be taking it from here.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Thank you, President Williams and Board of Directors. It's great to see you tonight. Just first want to say thanks for celebrating our kids tonight and our amazing staff, which is so proud of them. Tonight we are excited to share just a brief overview of where we are from a post-secondary readiness programming side of things tonight. And we going to share some statistics with you to see kind of where we are as a system, where we're going, but also really want to make sure we build the time in to highlight our incredible bridge program and our marketplace and that connection to our culinary program tonight. And so I do want to introduce a few folks that are a lot more important than I am behind me here. And want to recognize the incredible work they're doing. Mr. Dan McMenemy, our Executive Director of Schools for Pathways Choice and Alternative Programming. There, yeah. Dr. Rex Kaur, Director of Legacy Campus. We have Chef Seamus O'Brien, who's our Culinary Director. We've got Mr. Caddo and a student joining us tonight. And your name again?
I'm Tyler Cole.
I'm the amazing Tyler Cole. Let's get that right, Tyler. Matt Chambliss, he is our CE Specialist for the district, concurrent enrollment. We have Leslie Harry, who is our CTE Specialist for our district. We have Evelyn Peterson, who is our SENT Specialist. And then Kathy Frommer, who is our work-based learning specialist. Carrie Stubinger would love to be here. We hired her to come and be here, but yet she had a very important trip she had to be on that was important to be there with her family. So she is not here tonight, but is doing an incredible job. And so tonight, again, we've got a great group. We really wanted to kind of ground ourselves in our mission. We talk about this on a regular basis in our post-secondary readiness department, which really ties into the specific board ends. We couldn't be more proud of the work you guys have done as a board to help highlight this. When we go through each of these sections, it really does tap into the focus of what we're doing. If you could even see tonight in some of the work with our student athletic trainers and some of the pathway programming, it's real life experience that our students are prepared to make sure they have a direct impact on our community as well. Did want to give you a quick snapshot of something because this is more of a state of Colorado kind of update here. When you look at this chart, this tells you a little about the story of what our students are also competing against. This is the state of Colorado that did a 6-year longitudinal study of students who graduated from high school in the state of Colorado in 2015 and then tracked those students all the way until 2021 and see how many of those students were graduating with 4-year degrees, 2-year degrees, as well as with some type of certification. In the state level, the graduation data was right around 55% as a state level. To give you context, we're at 92% and above. To give you an idea, again, as they progress along, you'll see students as they progress and move to the right. Those 2 years later, you saw that number decrease of those that stayed in 4-year, decrease in 2-year, bachelor's degrees, et cetera. And then once you get to the 6-year period, it decreased to a point where less than 27% of students in the state of Colorado were actually getting 4-year degrees, 2-year degrees, not even say 4-year degrees because that really doesn't exist anymore, bachelor's degrees, associate's degrees, and certifications. To give an idea, we're at about 92% on that far side. We have probably about 70 to 80% of our students that actually go off into 2 or 4-year based programs and then persist at much higher rates. But what I do want to make sure you understand, our students are performing at great rates. I know we can always get better. I know Superintendent Kane has that same messaging for us, but we really have taken some significant strides. And I'd like to bring up Dan McMenemy to talk a little bit about those things, but I do want to make sure you're aware of some of the investments we've made as a district. So in this past year, we've been able to invest in $38 million in pathway programming for our students directly in our schools. the weighted grades, which you are making me smile ear to ear in the sense of how you're helping our students, tying this into CE, which increase access for more students in CTE-based pathway programming. Bringing in an incredible team here. I will tell you, every time I walk into the meeting here with these folks, I walk out incredibly inspired in the work that they're doing. We also are making sure we're active about partnering with, that's kind of that first bullet and that last bullet, with our higher education and industry partners. We're in every single conversation with them, whether that's in the pitch room of trying to bring industry into the conversation, aligning higher education to make sure our students are prepared and given that competitive advantage, to then really making sure that we're also looking at our community in Douglas County and making sure we're servicing the needs. Great examples of that are like our nursing programs, where we're putting out over 100 plus CNAs straight specifically into our community as well. So excited about this, and Dan will share some more details about the amazing work that he's leading in the district.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Windsor, Board of Education, Superintendent Kane. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you this evening. I can tell you one of the things I learned very early on in my career is you hire great people and then you get the heck out of their way. And I'm really, really proud of the people that we have as a part of this team, and I think you're going to see the fruits of their labor. Your support, your leadership, and their talent has allowed us to create some really great opportunities for our students in our district that continue to grow in spite of our declining enrollment. If you remember, when we came and talked to you earlier this year, we had some numbers of what we thought was going to happen that we shared with you. And tonight, I'm going to go through each one of these areas singularly with some updated numbers for you. But very proud about the growth of the programming, obviously, in the numbers of students that are participating, in the certificates that we're allowed to offer, in the total classes of concurrent enrollment. I mean, the great numbers are there in virtually every category that we're going to talk about. However, the first thing that I'm most proud about is the way that we are serving all students. And on the left in this column, you'll see the total number of students that are involved in our high school programming. And on the right, you'll see the total number of students that are involved in at least one career and tech ed class at their high school or at the Legacy campus. And Dr. Kaur is going to share specifics with Legacy with you a little bit later on in this presentation. But as you can see, we're keeping pace with what's being offered in our students across our demographics and also across our subgroups. And we're really proud that we are able to offer programs that allow access to our students, all of our students. Every student in our district is important, as you know. When we talk about CTE programming, our current state, you can see down the left, and some future plans and bond projects down the right. Superintendent Kane alluded to some of those earlier. But you can see current state, we have 75 programs with 105 teachers and about 25,000 students taking CTE classes. 2,200 students taking classes at sites other than their own as a direct result of the collaborative schedule and opportunities for transportation that we've provided for them. We have 536 programs funded by CDIP for a total of $415,000. So the CDIP, if you remember, are the certificates that students can earn. We get a reimbursement from the state. It's a bit of a moving target and a bit complicated. We can come back and share more with that, but really proud that our students are able to turn those dollars back into our programming and allow those dollars to leverage against the programs in their schools to buy supplies, materials, opportunities for future generations of our students. Down the right-hand side, Superintendent Kane alluded to this. Cosmetology at Douglas County High School, providing another opportunity in a high-growth area that we have. Another auto tech program at Highlands Ranch. We always have had a waiting list as long as I've been involved with this district for auto tech, so that will be great. At Legacy Campus, Dr. Kaur will talk a little bit further in depth about those programs, and then some exciting designations that we are searching for our district that will allow us to provide more funding for students as well. In concurrent enrollment, you met Matt earlier. We have 199 concurrent enrollment classes with 89 teachers. That number has risen dramatically since when we first put this program in 2007. I think there was 105 students, probably 5 teachers. So you can see that parents value this, students value this, and our staff value this. 11,000 students taking classes, a 10% increase in tuition dollars, and we are anticipating $9.3 million in tuition savings for our families. And that number represents the amount of money that parents would have to directly pay for tuition for students to take these classes in the open market at our higher ed partners. Future plans, we're going to continue our relationship with CSU Global, which allows us to train teachers to be concurrent enrollment teachers and get that certificate. We currently have, I think it's 12 people in that program that are going to be certified by the end of this year, so we can continue that bench strength in our district in math, in social studies, in English. Expansion of course opportunities at high schools. Matt is continually working with schools around what are some other opportunities we have, who would be higher ed partners that we'd want to bring to the table, and continuing that. And then continue to increase the number of CE instructors throughout DCSD, that's that CSU Global program. An amazing program that we put into play last year, more formally because of actions that the state took, is our Ascent program. This is the free tuition for fifth-year students in our district to go to a higher ed school of their choice within the state of Colorado. We have 18 higher ed partnerships from CSU to Metro, to all of the community colleges, to CSU Pueblo. We've been really aggressive about trying to sign these agreements with the universities and colleges that our students want to go to. Evelyn is in charge of this. She's been amazing to work with in terms of just taking the bull by the horns and making this a program we can all be proud of. You can see the growth, 159 students in the Ascent program this year. So those represent 159 students that are getting their freshman year of tuition paid for at the college of their choice if they're a partner with us. That was 10 2 years ago. And so that's a direct result of the state saying, we're no longer going to govern that you can only have a certain number of students. We're going to drop the gloves and let you go for it. And Evelyn spent her entire summer recruiting students to that program. And so kudos to her with that. She had a lot of help too, a lot of other people on the phone. The successes for the students are apparent that she's already seeing these early returns on academic achievement and process, financial and career readiness, personal growth development, community engagement, and most importantly, at the end of this year, their completion of their Ascent Prep year and a better transition to post-secondary. As you know, that's traditionally been a place where students have not been successful going directly from high school to directly to college. So hopefully with this financial support and this district support, and basically helping them through this first year with their parents, there's going to be 159 students that are going to have a successful year. Down the right-hand side, this is the other piece that Evelyn has been working tremendously on, is really creating the back program that's going to support students and get the next group of students in the pipeline. So you heard about some open house opportunities we're going to have. I'd invite you to go, so if you want to hear a little bit more about the Ascent program. But this is generating a ton of interest in our district. So much interest that we're probably going to have some type of a lottery based on the number of slots, because the state of Colorado says we now only have 159 slots for the next 2 years as they decide what they're going to do. If you really want to dive into some legislation, I would invite you to be a voice with our legislators around this program is amazing for our students. Find a way to expand the program or to at least keep the funding flat as we move forward. You can see some of the lessons learned from our first year through this. And I asked Evelyn at the beginning of the year and challenged her, you need to leave the breadcrumb trail so that we can replicate what's going on here and really have a good playbook for working with students moving into the future. And she's done a fantastic job. Finally, work-based learning. We have a ton of partnerships, as you're aware, with the people that you interact with in the community. We have a ton of work-based learning partnerships and community-based groups that want to work with us around helping students transition from school to work, whatever that may look like for them. Down the right-hand side, you can see some of the future industry partners that Kathy is working to gain for us. What we're really trying to do is tie these directly to those CTE programs. So a student can not only do the work in a classroom, but they can see exactly what that is going to look like if they decide to transition into that. So we're really putting a lot of emphasis on trying to make those partnerships be beneficial, not only for the partner, but also for our students. I'm going to call up Dr. Kaur to talk further about the Legacy Campus, but amazing, amazing programming for students. But I don't want you to forget about the other 9 comprehensive high schools that are providing similar opportunities for our students. This is a collective effort of all of our high school principals and Dr. Kaur to make this a great opportunity. Dr. Kaur?
Thank you. Good evening. a quick update on Legacy Campus, and you've heard me speak to it before, but our current state is 9 programs across 3 post-secondary partnerships. We have 14 pathway instructors. This year, we are serving 572 students at Legacy Campus in our second year, but when you tally that up by the classes that each student takes, we have surpassed 1,600 seats this year at Legacy, which is an outstanding opportunity. We have 16 high schools represented on our campus this year. Last year, at the end of year 1, we awarded 3,391 college credits and 695.5 high school credits. This year, that number will jump to 4,523 college credits and over 1,000 high school credits to the students that we serve. This year, we were recognized officially by the state of Colorado as a designated career and technical school, and that puts us in the game with some of the big players in CTE up and down the Front Range and the Western Slope, and opens up some opportunities for additional CTA funding through the state of Colorado that it will allow us to enhance our programming moving forward. Our student applications are now open, and so I'll put that out there that we've got another. We will be open until spring break with all of our student applications, and those are available through our website, legacycampus.org. So we, on the inaugural events and updates, we have now, our application is sitting with the state for final review for P-TECH. Ascent is a phenomenal program, as is T-REP for our future teachers, and P-TECH is one additional program, actually nationally funded, that will allow for further years under the concurrent enrollment umbrella, free of charge to our graduates in Douglas County. And so we are anxiously awaiting response on P-TECH. We've got we hosted our first automation expo, had hundreds of our community attend in January. We are just wrapping up a series of mock interviews and professional skills seminars at Legacy right now. We've got a hiring and career fair, our very first, on September 28th. And so we are excited to announce over 50 industry partners will be on hand to discuss future career options and do some hiring for our grads. And yes, we are Parent Magazine's favorite trade school in the state of Colorado. We'll just keep rolling that out there over and over again. We're going to talk about our future bond plans, but that EV and hybrid auto technician program, the advanced manufacturing mechanical engineering program, our construction trades programming, carpentry, HVAC, plumbing, and then an electrical trade and pre-apprenticeship program, all coming online. Thank you to the voters of Douglas County for their support with our bond, and thank you to this board and our leadership for Douglas County Schools as we continue to build out great opportunities for our students. So this is available on the DCSD website, and this is our career and technical education program guide that outlines the fantastic programming. And Legacy is a wonderful thing I like to talk about, but we have had outstanding career and technical education, concurrent enrollment programming, in addition to our AP and IB programming throughout our neighborhood high schools for many, many years. This outlines all of the opportunities for our high school students across the district. And certainly, as a parent of a high school freshman, I'll tell you, I have spent time with my son in this book outlining all of the opportunities so that we can make the best choices for our family moving forward. Now I'll transition to another slide. As director of DCSD Legacy Campus, it's my pleasure, along with a couple of my colleagues and a pretty fantastic young man who's a student, to provide, in addition to my update, a brief highlight on the opportunities available to all students at Legacy Campus. Since opening our doors in August of '23, Legacy Campus has remained steadfast in our mission, leveraging industry and post-secondary partners to create programming that provides a true competitive advantage for our students. Whether their next step is college, the military, vocational training, or directly entering the workforce, we aim to serve as a student launchpad. From day one, equitable access has been a guiding principle. We designed our application process to remove traditional barriers: no minimum GPA, no prerequisite test scores, and aside from select post-secondary partner requirements, no required prerequisite coursework. Instead, our applications are built around student narratives and counselor recommendations to ensure that we fulfill our tagline, connecting passion to pathway. The results speak for themselves. Across every category, Legacy exceeds the district's career and technical education averages in serving our unique subpopulations. As a percentage of our total seat count, 16% of our students have IEPs, 12% have 504 plans, 6% are multilingual learners, and 15% are on advanced learning plans. We know that with our programming, some students who may best flourish at Legacy may not have done so in a traditional comprehensive environment. As a father of two DCSD students, one with an IEP and one with a 504, I know that providing that opportunity is quintessential. Beyond access, we have built a culture of engagement and excellence. Coming out of our first year, our students maintained an impressive 96% attendance rate and a 3.51 collective GPA in their Legacy campus coursework. Knowing that we would grow, I expected those numbers to dip. However, our first semester of this year, despite being 50% larger, our attendance remains an outstanding 95.8%, and our collective Legacy GPA is 3.49. Our students continue to rise to the challenge. Tonight, I'd like to introduce two individuals who embody our commitment to serving all students and providing them with the skills to build a competitive advantage for their future. Chef Seamus O'Brien, our executive head chef and pathway lead for advanced culinary and hospitality management, and Mr. John Cato from the Douglas County Bridge Program is the full-time bridge teacher at Legacy, a program directly tied to our Legacy marketplace. It is also my pleasure to introduce one of our Legacy Bridge Program students, Tyler Cole. Their leadership exemplifies how Legacy Campus is redefining opportunity one student at a time. I'd like to call them all to the podium.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. Thanks for the opportunity for us to share more about our culinary and hospitality pathway at Legacy Campus. Our program is built on the Colorado ProStart curriculum, which is a nationally recognized pathway from the National Restaurant Association Educational Foundation. This program equips high school students with essential skills in culinary arts, restaurant management, and business economics. Through our 2-year, 3-level curriculum, we combine hands-on learning in our state-of-the-art professional kitchen lab with classroom instruction. Students in this pathway have the opportunity to earn concurrent enrollment and dual enrollment, college credits, access to scholarships. They participate in paid work experiences and complete industry internships that prepare them for real-world success. In just a year and a half since opening, we've launched the Legacy Marketplace, which is a public-facing, student-run venture that allows students to gain practical experience in professionalism, time management, communication, and problem solving. This marketplace has also fostered a unique partnership with the DCSD Bridge Program, allowing students from both programs to collaborate with one another, enhance their skills, and deliver exceptional hospitality to our guests. Our culinary and hospitality program is more than just a class. It's transformative experiences that set students on a pathway to success in our industry. I'm going to let Mr. Cato speak for a few.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for your time. I always enjoy coming and bragging about the wonderful successes of our students. First, I would like to thank the wonderful district leadership for creating such an amazing program and opportunity for the Bridge students to participate. Dr. Kaur, Judy Jordan, our fearless leader at the Bridge program, Chef Seamus O'Brien and his amazing culinary students, two amazing paraprofessional job coaches that work tirelessly with our students, Julie Berkland and Michelle Simmer, who truly make this program what it is. The Marketplace Cafe offers an authentic, real-world experience for our students, allowing them to work 3 hours a day, which averages to about 12 to 15 hours a week, where they get to work in the marketplace and experience what it's like working in a real-life restaurant. They have to do any and everything that anyone else has to do that works out in the community. They have to clock in and clock out. They have to wear clean, respectable uniforms. They need to learn to how to properly call in sick and many, many more skills. It offers them on-the-job problem-solving experiences that cannot be replicated in a lesson plan or a classroom. What do you do when you run out of coffee beans? Who do you ask? What happens when the mop bucket spills? You could go on and on and on that our young adults have to experience every day, and they learn, get bigger, better, and stronger every day. Let's see here. This unique opportunity offers the students the gift of struggle, where I think we've learned by now that that's where a lot of real learning takes place. This opportunity allows the students to experience many different highs and lows of working with access to intense job coaching. We have to work through the occasional I don't wanna syndrome that kind of shows up, which is all part of working in the real world. And learning to recognize the positive feelings and aspects of work, a job well done, feelings of accomplishment, taking pride in one's work, and making someone's day. Other skills students learn while working in the marketplace include looking for a job, which is a job in itself, filling out job applications, mock interviews, let's see here, how to give and take constructive feedback, all things these young adults are learning in the Marketplace Cafe. We are committed to helping our students strive for independence at home, at work, and in the community. So at this time, I would like to call up Tyler Cole, one of our amazing Bridge students who I've watched him grow and mature and become so independent, and he's gonna read a little bit about his experience.
Hello, my name is Tyler Cole, and I graduated from Waukegan High School in 2023. This is my second and final year in the Bridge program. During my time at the Legacy Marketplace this year, I have learned employable skills that include working the cash register, hospitality, taking orders, making smoothies, and cooking hot foods. We also learned skills outside of customer service, such as sweeping, mopping, and taking out trash. We make sure we are fully stocked on drinks and snacks so customers can always buy from us. I also have to make sure that our inventory is stocked so we have enough hot foods for customers. In the marketplace, I have enjoyed getting to interact with customers while working as a cashier. I like working with people that are always fun to be around and have a good attitude. Legacy has taught me many skills in the workplace that gave me valuable experience for when I get a job in the workforce. It has helped me learn what is and is not appropriate in the workplace, such as proper etiquette. There are a lot of skills outside of working in the marketplace that are very helpful for my future, such as how to budget money properly, cooking, and community service access skills, as well as learning how to work in the food service industry. I'll most likely remember being able to work with my coworkers and managers who always have a positive attitude and are very helpful and fun to be around. And I'd like to thank the Legacy program and Mr. Cattle. He's a really good teacher. I'll say that.
All right, so he's a much better speaker than I am, but we would love to answer any questions you may have. We're just incredibly proud of this team. I get to see these guys when I'm there on a regular basis and see how they just love. And I think that passionate pathway goes for our adults as well too. So questions, please.
Well, first of all, thank you. Great presentation. This stuff tickles my fancy. So I appreciate everyone being here tonight, and also want to thank the taxpayers for approving 5A this last November so that we can expand all of our programming, not just at Legacy, but throughout the district. So very proud of that. And Tyler, thanks for coming and speaking. I personally have been to the Legacy Marketplace, and I can say that while the food is good and the drinks are good, the service is great. So I recommend anybody to head up there if you get an opportunity. Then just a couple other comments. I think one of the greatest things that I get to do is listen to students that get to experience a lot of these CTE programs. And I go to a coffee shop. I'm not going to tell you which one because I don't want anybody to be in line in front of me when I get to speak to this young lady. But she is in the teacher program within the district, and she is she does intern or however at one of our elementary schools within the district. And she has found her passion, and she wants to be a teacher, and I'm doing everything I can to keep her here.
Let me know.
Anyway, just want to say thank you so much to all of you. And I had the opportunity to go and eat at with the culinary team one day, and it was a really great experience. So just lots of really great things happening here. Director Myers.
Thank you.
I can't even hardly contain my excitement over this. When we first came in and approved and voted on Legacy, and as a former consumer and family middle school teacher, I would hope that we in the middle school planted those seeds for the kids to go forward into high school and on to Legacy. I just wish 25 years ago we would have had a program like this for my son. I'm from the old term vocational. Thank you, Mr. McMenamy, for stepping aside for those to do their wonderful jobs that they did. I'm sure you had a big part in it. I want to do a shout out because I know I was on one of the first tours through 3 high schools and then back at Legacy. And all I could do the whole trip was pick up everybody's jaw off the ground because I think they were literally in shock at the beautiful facilities, what's going on in the high schools, and then concluding it at Legacy, knowing, this is so beyond anything that I ever could imagined that we could do here in Douglas County. And I think they've had probably 2 more tours since then, and I've known people that have gone on them, and they cannot say enough. First of all, wow, we didn't even know this existed. And just so many comments, and these are from that large majority of people in the district that need to know what's going on in our schools. And so thank you for doing such a beautiful job. And Tyler, the minute you sat down, I said, I know that guy. Where do I know that guy? I know where I know that guy. I've been in your cafeteria several times. So thank you. You do such a good job. You're so helpful. Like President Williams said, your service is just outstanding of all the kids in there. And so I want to thank you, and thank you for such a successful program. Makes me want to go back to work or something. I don't know. Thank you.
Director Thompson.
Yes, thank you. That was a fantastic presentation. The information was really good, but the collective passion was top-notch, guys. I think when we think about education, we think good programming, good curriculum, but having staff that care about students is that secret sauce, right? And so that was very touching to hear all of your passion and just how proud you are of the work that you're doing. So thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that with us and allowing us to feel that with you. Tyler, a fantastic job. I really enjoyed hearing from you. I think the customer service at the cafe has been fantastic. It's a really joyful experience to go and visit, and it was really nice to hear your stories and what you've benefited from the program. So thank you for taking the time to share that with us today. I wanted to touch on one of the first slides that you presented, which was the pathways, all the...
Yes.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So just referencing this,
When we're thinking about students who go to college, we have a huge percentage of our students end up in college after they graduate. And then we're seeing, some students end up not getting a degree, and there's lots of reasons for that. And one of them is maybe they didn't, a few of them, right? So maybe they didn't know what to do once they got to college and never figured out what degree program they wanted, and so they found a different pathway. Some of them, it's a skills deficit, right? Executive functioning skills deficit, just not having what they needed to be successful. And what's really awesome about what you guys presented to us is how you guys are going across those different reasons on why we see students not be successful in college. For those that ends up being the path that's right for them. And you guys are addressing that proactively here. We're doing that through Incent, which is very exciting. We see that in some of the CTE offerings, like the biomedical. I sat down on those presentations.
They're incredible.
First of all, those students are learning about things that they would not have had exposure to in any other setting, right? And they're building real and practical, the real and practical skills. It was impressive. The people that you guys are bringing into these programs to help lead the way, the teachers that you guys are bringing in, just across the board, this is really, really awesome and amazing work. And so I just wanted to make sure that I got to point that out. And then finally, I am really curious how Ascent is funded through the School Finance Act. I would definitely like to learn more about what that looks like. I glanced at our legislative priorities, and we talk about not cutting funding, but we don't talk about maintaining funding for really good programs that work. And so, but also I don't really understand how it works in the School Finance Act, but I think that clarity on that might be helpful for all of us about advocating for things that we know are really successful. So thank you.
We were just on a call, as a matter of fact, with some of the legislative aides actually around that new House bill as well, knowing there are some pretty significant potentially changes they're looking at and advocating for. So we're trying to stay on the forefront of that as well and educate around that. So thank you for your comments. I couldn't agree with you more. What makes this special are the incredible teachers that we have, so our students have access to this. None of this would be possible without our principals having open arms, having the foresight around this work, and our staff. But it really takes these students to actually take the courage to take the step forward to engage in this as well. When you think about a national average of anywhere from 3 to 9 times a student changes their major in college, goes to your exact point, they maybe didn't have that experience and they're paying for it. The national student debt at a college level is $1.75 trillion that we're talking about. So how do we make sure we're backing that up, to your exact point, to be able to, one, develop those skills, but also make sure they have a clear articulation in those agreements as well. So thank you.
Director Geiger.
One, you can mark me as another fan of Marketplace. I'll also point out, it's always immaculately clean.
It is.
It's beautifully done. The service, as I said, is good. There's always somebody there cleaning, and as somebody who inevitably spills some of their coffee, I appreciate that. A couple things that I want to note, and then I have one question. 15% of our gifted students are CTE. I'm old enough to remember when vocational education had a stigma to it. That was your kids who weren't succeeding elsewhere. The fact that 38% of our students take this shows that we understand that this is for everybody.
Okay.
That this provides something for every kind of student in every way. The fact that your demographics follow almost dead down demographics mean that you're just reaching out to everybody. And to me, that's incredibly important. And I appreciate that. And I know that that's an improvement from last year because of a recruiting process. And I think that's important. I do have one question, Mr. Windsor. We talk a lot about CE, and this is from my personal issue. Do we follow up with kids to make sure that their CE is applying to where they're going? Because I had a down and dirty fight with Red Rocks and had to use phrases like, I'm an attorney to get a class approved for my kid. So do we follow up to make sure that we've got a good, that those are actually applicable credits?
Yeah, we talk a lot about guaranteed transfer credit as a big part we navigate with them. There's actually some state legislation that's actually out there around making that more transparent actually to our families. And it's actually trying to articulate all of our community college system as well as higher ed that participates in Ascent, et cetera, to be a part of that. And so our hope is to try to help advocate for that for our families so they don't have to search to the site to say, does this score apply to this? Does this bucket apply to this? That stuff that you probably drove you crazy. What our goal is, and a big part of this that I hope you understand, is we're trying to navigate these stackable courses that lead towards like a terminal degree or certification. And when that is, that likelihood of actually allowing that credit to transfer becomes a lot easier when you stack those courses together. So then it actually allows that guaranteed transferability to be a lot easier versus the one-offs, which we did a long time ago. But now they're starting to see the benefit for that, and we can tie it to Ascent and some other pathway work. Again, it's huge kudos between this team articulating all of that. So when we offer that pathway, which ties to, again, the weighted credit aspect of what we're doing, we intentionally tied it to these pathways for certification, so it allows any student in the system to be able to get the benefit of that as well.
Okay. And I just want to point out from my legislative follow-up, there are people who want to cut the Ascent program or limit it. It's unintelligible to me that we cut a program that's proven to be successful. So I would urge our lobbyists and our administration to keep us up to date on that. And if you need support for that, please let us know, because I think everybody on this board is so impressed with the work done.
Thank you.
Director Beek.
First off, Tyler, thank you so much for putting a voice and a face to the Marketplace program. I really appreciate it. All of us really appreciated your comments and your presentation, and it was excellent, so thank you. And honestly, congratulations to all of you for all of the opportunities and programs that you've put in place. Kind of to Director Geiger's comment, those transferable credits and partnerships, I mean, I think it has taken decades of work. I've seen it in the district. It has taken decades of work and negotiations with higher ed and businesses, and so much work has gone into building what is in place right now. And it's amazing to see all of those opportunities for our students. So it's really important to say thank you to all of you for that work. Let's see. Oh, and Mr. McManey, thank you for reminding everyone that all of our comprehensive high schools have opportunities, because I think sometimes we forget that because we talk about Legacy Campus a lot, which is amazing. And we also have amazing opportunities at all of our comprehensive high schools. So I think that's really important to emphasize. I did have one question on slide 10, where we talk about future plans and bond projects. Can you speak a little bit to, I know in the bond language we had building additional career and tech educational pathways, including for students with special education needs. So can you speak to opportunities beyond the Marketplace Cafe that are available?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a big part of any of the pathway program we've selected is trying to make sure it's accessible for all students. I think we've seen a lot of, some of our neighbors offer some very advanced pathways that have a lot of prerequisites, I think, for our students. And a big part which we've tried to do with any of our pathways is to make sure there's an on-ramp for every student to be able to access our programming. And so if you look from our auto program to Cosmo program to any construction-based program, anything we've been able to develop, it's actually been about trying to make sure we open access and offer intentional programming. We just, very fortunate, if you want to speak, do you want to speak to TACT? Actually, I'm going to let Dr. Kaur talk a little bit about meeting with TACT as well to model some of that programming as well within our district.
Fantastic. So we've had the opportunity as the Legacy leadership team to go and tour and visit TACT now on multiple occasions, and at their old campus and their new campus. TACT is teaching autism career trades. They're located in Inglewood. They've got a new campus that is just phenomenal, but it is taking, in essence, a lot of the programming that we have been able to develop at Legacy and making sure those on-ramps are present across the board. And so we are working through, we've got more tours scheduled here this month and next with Deputy Superintendent Hyatt and Executive Director Eliza Meyer and others to continue to highlight those opportunities and on-ramps as we build out the Phase 2 programming. That's going to be at the heart of what we're doing in our extended programming as we move forward with Legacy. And so the details, I hate to say in front of this board, are yet to be defined at that level, but that is certainly an ongoing and present part of our conversations, both with our architects and our construction teams, but also with our programming staff to figure out how best to do this where we are serving the needs of all of our students.
So thank you. I was really hoping to hear more about that. I'm kind of curious if we have special education teachers located at Legacy Campus. And I know I've been talking about this since, Sid Rundle was the special education services officer when we were talking about this many, many, many years ago. So it just gives you an idea of how long we've been talking about this. And I appreciate the work that's been going into it. And I'd love to really see a very concrete presentation on what that vision looks like, because I know we have so many families that would really benefit from that. So I'll let you answer the special ed teacher question.
Here, I'll let you start now.
So we have specialists on board for all of those populations that I discussed in the presentation. And so we have a full-time moderate needs instructor teacher on our campus, a gifted educator instructor, our CLDE and ELD instructor. All of those are teachers on our staff. They're also, many or most, all of them are now teaching in the Future Educator pathway because our partnership with the University of Colorado, Denver has specific coursework for our future educators in each of those areas to give them a robust understanding. And so they wear multiple hats on our campus, but work with our students individually in all of those areas.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Great,
you.
thank you.
All right, that moves us to item 17, which is a recess. We will come back at 6:54. The meeting of the board is back in session, and we are moving on to item number 18, policy FCB, school closure consolidation and/or relocation for our second reading.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm happy to say that we have made a lot of progress on a lot of details since we were in front of you last, presenting the policies around school closure consolidation and relocation. We did include in the presentation the background. And again, I know the Board of Education knows the background, but just in case people are tuning in tonight for the first time, we felt like it was important to just quickly go through that part again. So this is our agenda for tonight. Notice that at the end, we have included recent community questions and answers. So thank you to all of you for sharing the questions that you've kind of been hearing. Many of them are now all of them are covered on our Growth and Decline website, but it absolutely makes sense for us to go through some of them for our public who are listening. Okay, always, our decision-making is centered around our kids. That is always first and foremost in everything that we do as a district because we are all here to serve our amazing kids. So here is a summary of our realities. This chart shows the number of births in Douglas County by planning area. The North planning area, which includes Highlands Ranch, is in the orange. So you can see that of our 3 planning areas, the North planning area has had the most dramatic dip in the number of births. And that therefore has impacted greatly enrollment in our elementary schools and will continue to impact enrollment in our middle and high schools as well. At the end, you do see a little upward change. The upward change is due to, and there will continue to be a little bit of an upward change, that is due to Sterling Ranch and Ridgegate, both of which are included in our North planning area. They're included in those 4 feeders. And so that's why you see kind of that slight increase in births that is due to the addition, the growth of the North planning area on the edges. And I think this chart really just sums up our realities. We have 16 elementary schools in the Highlands Ranch area that used to serve almost 11,000 students, so about 10,500 students in 16 buildings. And we are projecting that those 16 buildings will be serving about 6,000 students. Once you take out Sterling Ranch, it's about 6,000 students. So 16 buildings used to serve 11,000 students. Same 16 buildings will be serving 6,000 students. That is not sustainable for our district, and it's not sustainable in order for us to keep opportunities for our students at the forefront. Likewise, on the cost side, our students in small schools today cost us about an average of $2,500 per student more than across the district. As we have more and more small schools, that number will continue to increase. Where does that extra funding come from? An extra $2,500 per student. It really comes out of the base that every student is able to receive in our school district. And Director Geiger and I were just talking a few minutes ago during the break about how even with that additional $2,500 per student, our small schools struggle financially and are looking at every dollar in every FTE and really struggle to preserve opportunities for our kids. That number is projected to continue to grow and should be really 17 million and is a very, very low estimate. It will be closer to probably 25 or 25 million if the rate of growth continues, that will cost our district over the next 5 years. And then we just have a tale of two very real elementary schools in Douglas County. One that is larger, 600 to 700 students, and one that is a smaller elementary school, 200 to 350 students. I won't go over this in detail, but economies of scale allow for incredibly robust opportunities. I've also had community members reach out to us and say, well, you don't ever talk about the advantages of small schools. And small schools have many advantages as well as disadvantages. However, it's just not sustainable over time, and we're not able to offer robust opportunities for our students. And as that expense gets more and more per student for small schools, and that expense has to come from the base that goes to all schools, opportunities will begin to bleed away across our entire school district. We had a young man at public comment tonight talk about our investment in the arts, and actually our investment in the arts is one of the things that I lay awake at night worrying about, because we are no longer able to fund band and orchestra for our kids in elementary school, which means that those pipelines for middle school and high school continue to get thinner and thinner every single year. That is just one example of the erosion of opportunities for students. So our conversations to date about growth and decline, certainly over the last 2 years, you have heard me present at Board of Education meetings, along with Chief of Staff Steve Colella many times. We have had many, many community meetings, and I just have to give an enormous shout out to Chief of Staff Steve Colella for all the work that he has done in getting out to every single one of our 16 schools, being at staff meetings, engaging the community in in-person meetings, in virtual meetings, staying until absolutely every question is answered, making those virtual meetings available to everybody, answering every single email. Just really, really grateful to him for all the engagement that he has done, and we've gotten so much positive feedback about that. Of course, we've had lots of conversations with our district leaders. We've had our district leaders, our school leaders have had lots of conversations with staff. And we have done due diligence through all of our departments, because every department is affected by potential consolidations, right? Everyone, special education, gifted and talented, our multi-language learners, every department is impacted and involved in this discussion. And then, of course, again, those staff meetings. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief of Staff Steve Colella to talk about the timeline and the changes to the policies since your first reading. I will add as a note that during the first reading, we talked about having that FCB-R be delegated to the superintendent's authority. We included the red lines for that also in case you have questions, but all that we will be asking for your approval tonight on is FCB second reading, as that is a board file. So with that, I will hand it over to Chief of Staff Steve Colella.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. If I got that. Thank you. I'll give it back if you'd like. Again, we are through phase one, and you've seen this multiple times. We are into phase two. And we're heading into the March-April time period where superintendent will make recommendations to the board in April, and we plan on pre-announcing those recommendations to all 16 communities in March. And we're working through that exact timing to make sure that everybody has enough time to process the recommendations, to ask questions of district staff and their leaders, and then formulate public comment if they need, or whatever the case might be, ahead of that April timeframe. And then phase three, we're very much in support. We have been and will continue to be in support, but especially here after the pairings are announced and finalized, we are getting ready for that. Literally the day after the school pairings are finalized, we actually have staff, have actually contracted with consultants to help us out, consultants who are HR veterans, former elementary school teachers, actually former heads of HR who have helped to oversee school closings in other school districts. So we have brought them on to help us out with those conversations with our staffs. We're also bringing on, we'll be bringing on folks to help us out with our families as well. Support. Second reading. So these, again, this is a repeat in relationship to what we presented in January. If the board or if the President Williams, would you like to go through FCB now, or would you like to go through it after we're done here? Let's do it now. Yeah,
Great.
if you don't mind, please, Mark, bring it up. CTO Blair, bringing up FCB. We tried to capture the core of the conversation with the board last time, and it was really, among other things, trying to bring some of the meats, for lack of a better description, FCBR into FCB, and we hope we've done a reasonable job with it. So before we get there, we actually added this comment. This came out of LRPC, I believe, Superintendent Kane, just to make reference to the short and long-term benefits and care for our students and our staff, and that this process truly, obviously, has a short-term aspect to it, but certainly a long-term. You know, in drafting it, it's in my head, so that's all implicit, but you know, sometimes it's really good a lot of times to make explicit the implicit. So that's where that comment or that addition comes from. If we could scroll down, Mr. Blair. So if you could stop there. So Director Geiger, I believe you asked me the question about absent and emergency, and I have quipped that I actually stole that from another school district, and I did, but made all the sense in the world just to take that out. So we eliminated any question. We also, then getting down to this paragraph here, which I believe goes on to the second page. There you go. Thanks, Mark. Again, capturing in a paragraph what's in the FCBR policy, so that I believe the interest was to make sure that, you know, moving forward, we embed in the FCB policy that which we think things are going well or being effective now. So this is our attempt at doing that. And then if you could scroll down again, I think that's it. Yeah, and just again, referencing the good stuff that the board wants, referencing it up here, but also making sure that it shows up ultimately in the R policy, irrespective of where, you know, if next time we have to do this, where the superintendent lands, we want this in here.
If I could add, the paragraph above was added based on your all's feedback at our last meeting about how the -R policy being a superintendent file, you wanted to make sure that certain things were captured in the board file to ensure that those happened at the superintendent level. So that's where that feedback came from.
Happy to take questions on this, if that's okay.
Can we look at FCBR and then come back?
Sure. Great, if you could scroll, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Blair. So what we did here is just better frame the preservation of student, staff, and community cohorts as much as possible. I think I said at the last meeting, like this bullet in particular, this is probably draft like 18, and I think we found some pretty good language here that just reflects the idea that in the school pairings, we want kids to come over with their cohorts as much as possible. It's just easier for them if we do that. So hopefully we captured that reasonably there. If you can scroll down. Thank you. So those were criteria. Now into the considerations. Director Geiger, I think again this was you had a suggestion of just maybe adding a little meat on that bone, status of staffing, and I think we've done that. And I'll say very honestly, and crafting that bullet and keeping it pretty tight, I was thinking through the context of where we were. And that is that the superintendent and the board for over a year have been saying very out loud multiple times that we're going to take care of staff. And staff has heard that throughout that period of time. And so I didn't think that there was much question there, but of course, again, implicit to explicit, making it explicit is great to do. Scroll down if you could, Mr. Blair. So this actually, sorry, if you could stop right there. So this actually came out of the comments that we got from our public. Just to make it, we've said very out loud that we're going to keep the buildings the district is and use it for DCSD purposes. And the comment was just, hey, can you make it a little more explicit? Okay, and we did. So we're gonna use those buildings. DCSD is. If you could scroll down. Actually, stop. Sorry. Right there. This is essentially a repeat of FCB. That paragraph in FCB that we drafted. We've placed that here and then just X'd out what was a little less meaty. If we could scroll down. Again, got rid of absent and emergency. Scroll down if you could. And that's it. So we're into February. Obviously, we want to make sure our timeline's clean for anybody who's watching. So I believe that's it.
We can take questions on the policies, finish the presentation, and then take questions all together. It's up to you all.
I'd like to address the policies.
Great, we'll address the policies first. Director Geiger.
First of all, thank you for this was thoughtful when it came to us. It's more thoughtful now, and I appreciate that. This responds to a lot of the questions that we've gotten, I think, making some of this explicit, even though we knew that it was consideration. I think it was very important on that. I am a little bit overwhelmed by the fact that we are going to be voting on this. This is a big step. I want to reemphasize what I discussed with Superintendent Kane. Right-sizing schools fits every criteria we've worked on. We spent 4 months working on an intervention and supervision policy, and seclusion policy. That's better done at a right-sized school with the right type of facilities. We are now working on our dyslexia and reading challenges screening. That is better done at a right-sized school where we have the interventionists and the people who can not only diagnose, but treat those people. I think that's why we are doing this, and I try to say that to emphasize that to anybody who's listening. I think the language of this, I like the language of the impacted community, and I think that's broader, and I think that's what it needs to be done. I am at this point, after much reading, comfortable with FCB. I discussed FCBR with Superintendent Kane. Can you make it clear that the criteria and the considerations are in no particular order of importance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. They're in no particular order.
Is that because some flexibility will be necessary in considering every pairing?
Yes.
And is it possible that in some of these 2 or 3, and I suspect there'll be 3 pairings, that the considerations may be more strong on one set of pairings, but different considerations in another set of pairings?
Yeah, yes, thank you for the question. That's one of the reasons why building a rubric with scores is so difficult, because every situation is unique, and in every situation you have to look at all of the considerations in totality. And so we do have in no particular order written up there in the parentheses, but that is truly the case, because we have to weigh different considerations differently. And I'll give you a hypothetical. This is a hypothetical. I'm telling the public this is a hypothetical. Let's say you have school A and school B, and school A has 250 kids in it, and school B has 300 kids. But when you look at the criteria in totality, like traffic access and facility and all the different things, it turns out that school A, the lower enrolled school, is actually the right building to consolidate into, even though school B has more kids than school A. So again, it's really looking at the totality of all of these criteria. So that's why they're in no particular order.
Excuse me, wouldn't it also be true that some of our lowest enrolled schools may not be included because of other considerations?
Absolutely. And just looking district-wide, an example would be we have a very, very small school in Cherry Valley. Nobody's talking about anything related to the school in Cherry Valley because that is the only school that folks in that part of our county can access because of distance and proximity. So again, everything is weighed in the totality of the circumstances.
And I ask primarily because you occasionally see lists done by, our growth and decline website is excellent, but it provides people with sometimes just enough data to mislead. Oh, look, if I just figure out what the two smallest schools are and do them, then we've got this taken care of. I want to emphasize that remains a far too simplistic a viewpoint.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you for your work, not just on the policies, but to get us to this point.
Director Thompson.
All right, thank you for the presentation and detailing the updates. So one thing that's come into mind for me tonight as we're going through this, we're thinking through, yes, it feels very real tonight, Brad, or Director Geiger. For me, I'm like, maybe this is something that after we've moved through this entire process, that we're looking at this policy in real time again, based off of the lessons learned. So I think one thing that district leadership does really well is learning from brand new things that we've done. I think the bond, right, the 2018 bond to this time is a great reflection of that. So hearing that community feedback after the fact, identifying those processes that would make it go smoother, to be more transparent. I'm still very excited for everybody to hear all the updates, by the way, for the bonds, because it is pretty awesome what's happening right now in that area. But in regards to this, I think the same thing. I know that there's a reflection process that happens with you guys because we see that in the next iteration of it, and we know that this is going to be a living thing. And if we don't do it right after, then it's a new board, right? It's a new group of individuals that are up here, and they're not going to have that same history with at least being able to understand that, from that perspective. So that's just my only point here is not necessarily something to change tonight, but that we do revisit it when we're.
Yes, and may I respond?
Director Moore. Oh, sorry.
I just want to say outstanding work. The tenor of the board is obviously this is a significant policy for us, significant issues at hand, something that we don't take lightly and is very serious. And I just want to acknowledge the significant amount of staff time and hours and work that you all have put into collaborating with your staff, the community, parents, educators, the board, on how to best get this done so that we can make the best decision possible. And, I don't have a frame of reference for how other districts do this compared to how we've done it, but as somebody new to the board, seeing how we've done this, I'm very impressed, and I just want to say thank you.
Director Meek.
Yeah, ditto. Thank you so much. So much work has gone into this. Since we came back from the holidays, I think I've been averaging about 3 meetings a week with school accountability committees or PTOs or staff, trying to listen really hard to what I'm hearing. And I heard one story last night, so I just want to share a little bit of a story because I want us to think about how we're taking this into consideration. So this one parent shared that they have 3 children that were adopted out of foster care from another state. Those children endured abuse, neglect, separation anxiety during their upwards of 7 years in the foster care system. When the family moved to Colorado, their oldest suffered separation anxiety and trauma while transitioning into one of our neighborhood schools. And their child was put into the Effective Needs program, where he was supported by amazing staff in that school, that neighborhood school. And he has since been fully mainstreamed, requiring no one-on-one aid or support services. And this parent was expressing that staff in that school has become a safe environment for their child. And obviously they're worried about the potential impact of that disruption, right, for those effective needs programs. And so the advocacy was really around just keeping that in the forefront of the decisions that are being made. Another school accountability committee, both Director Geiger and I were at, it was the mental health needs of students, right? And I just want to make sure our policies are reflecting the student mental health needs, the student concerns, and really planning for how we're going to support those students' needs. So as I look at the policy where it has preservation of student, staff, and community cohorts as much as possible, I guess that's where I would see keeping students who are in effective needs programs, but it's not just the program, like it's the program with the students in the remainder of the school, right? Keeping those intact. And so I just want to make sure that's what I'm reading and that's what I'm seeing with that language, as well as careful consideration of the needs of impacted staff. I wonder if it's careful consideration of the needs of impacted students as well is maybe an additional statement, or do you feel like that's taken care of in this already?
Okay, I'm going to take those one at a time. One of the reasons that we chose the word cohorts is exactly that, because a cohort could be, a general ed classroom, a cohort could be an SSN program, a cohort could be an AN program. So that's one of the reasons that we chose the word cohort. It is our intention, again, as much as possible, to keep our cohorts together, to include our special education cohorts. So that is definitely on our priority, on our list of considerations and a priority for staff. It's one of the reasons that for us, formulating recommendations is incredibly complicated, right? It's not just as easy as looking at a map and looking at enrollment and sort of looking at these things and making decisions. Once we've sort of formulated recommendations, we need to make sure there is a thorough analysis that includes what happens to this set of students, just exactly what happens and how that would fit for every student and staff member impacted by that. Our staffing plan that was put out, that you all got a preview of, and it was put out today, does contemplate that the folks who want to remain with their students and go to the building that has been, that their school has been consolidated into, are able to do that. So that's also part of that cohort preservation. So I hope that addresses that question. And yes, we absolutely think the entire policy is about students. That's the entire reason for what we're doing, is making sure that we have a minimal impact on our students. And then lastly, Director Thompson, you had asked about kind of revisiting. That is 100% staff's intention as well, as you pointed out. Certainly the board will likely want to revisit FCB with our lessons learned, because we will learn lessons. But additionally, it is our intention as staff to revisit our FCB-R, and in the future, if we, in the future, when we embark on this journey again, perhaps in another part of our community, we would want to go through the same kind of process that we went through here to get feedback on FCB-R, so we can get additional feedback on FCB-R from whatever community is about to be impacted by those decisions. So I really appreciate that, because we will need to go back and make sure that we have learned.
Yeah, Director Thompson.
So just to build on Director Meek's comments, if we could just scroll back up. So again, I just want to emphasize the appreciation, for FCB, the appreciation for that first addition that you got from LRPC, because that also talks about that short and then long-term impact, right? When we're combining schools, it's more than just how is this going to work in the long run, but we're taking into consideration the needs of our current population. So thank you for adding that. And I think that also helps to that point. Okay, thank you.
Director Meek.
So I'm doing my best to reflect what I've heard over the past month or so. And, I've heard, I don't think this process has been transparent, which surprises me, honestly, because I feel like we're trying our best, right? So what this individual was saying is they don't feel like they understand, examples of what you've learned through your research, like what are success stories for how to do this right. I think we talk about the feedback that we've received, and I think it would be helpful to hear, based on the research that we have done, talking to other districts across the nation, these are really important factors, and we are taking those into consideration. So I think speaking to that would be really helpful.
Sure. And really what we learned from the jump in our conversations was there's no one process that fits every district. You really have to know your community. You really have to engage your community. And that, of all the conversations we've had, was the biggest takeaway, that what happened in Jeffco or Littleton, DPS, what have you, may not translate well to here. So for over a year, 2 years really, engaging community, engaging staff, letting everybody know, even as we were talking about a bond and needing the bond, we're also at the same time talking about potentially having to pair schools. That was very much a response to our community and how our superintendent operates, how our board operates, very much a reflection of what we do. The policy, really both of these. So this is an amalgam of DPS's policy or their limitation, a little different, but we took it into account. Jeffco's policy and Littleton's policy. We turned that into an FCB policy that very much matches what Douglas County is and what Douglas County does. The FCB-R policy is, again, you won't find another policy with criteria and then considerations. Those criteria, if you look at them, you could compare them to Jeffco. They're fairly similar. They're fairly similar. But where we differ very much is in the considerations. Those considerations, again, you won't find anywhere else, and are there only because of the various conversations that we've had with our community, with our staff. That's the only reason that section is there. And so again, to that point of making sure that you're meeting your community and really digging into what they need, in this case, Highlands Ranch, our policies at minimum reflect that. Our staffing protocol. You won't find a staffing protocol that you won't find our staffing protocol really anywhere else. And that is a function of the superintendent's values, the board's values, our community's values on taking care of our staff. Okay, and the document itself, boy, I could tell you stories, but was various iterations of that policy, talking to the staff group, talking to the MPAE group, talking to cabinet, talking to our leaders, various multiple times to get to the best policy, the best staffing protocol that met our needs, that met our community's needs. And I will tell you, as to that, and Director Meek, hopefully I'm answering your question as directly as I can, learning to the point. So when we first started that staffing conversation, when I went to each of the 16 staffs starting in November, early November, I gave a presentation, I said, and I got questions naturally, hey, what does it mean for staff? And if you bring two staffs together, how does that go? And I said very out loud, our thinking right now, where we're leaning is, well, if there's any sort of tiebreakers, what have you, receiving school would probably get the nod. Okay, that was our best thinking. And I will tell you, in most cases, 3/4 of the room was like, I can kind of see that, and 1/4 of the room was like, well, I don't quite like that. I don't quite like that. 4 months later, after various conversations, we're now in a different place to meet our staff's needs, our community needs, superintendent's value, and your value. And so, Director Meek, I could go on and on. Hopefully I've answered as directly as you need.
Yeah, and just to add a few things, we absolutely have researched other school districts and learned from their experiences. And in fact, since we started this process 2 years ago, before Chief of Staff Steve Colella was even with us, Assistant Superintendent Windsor did hundreds of hours of research, not only of districts that have gone through this in Colorado, but also districts that have gone through this across the country. We've had conversations with other districts. I know Chief of Staff Colella has Chief of Staff Lisa LaRue, right, from Jeffco on speed dial. So we very much also speak to other districts. And then I think, Director Meek, the other aspect of your community members' question had to do with realized financial savings. I was just at an event with Jeffco this week, speaking to a group of 100 people about going through this process. And I believe they said they have realized $20 million a year in savings, but I have to go back and verify that that is correct, but that is my recollection. So your community members, right, we don't talk a lot at this point about other districts because this is about our district. But when we went into this, we did a ton of learning on experiences from other districts. And in the future, I'm sure other districts will come ask us what we learned and what we wish we had done differently and what we feel like went well.
Director Thompson.
So I just wanted, just because we brought up the staffing protocol, so I wanted to just point out that, so the public's aware that if you go to the district website, under our district, there is a section that you can go to that says growth and decline. And when you scroll to the bottom of the page, there's a list of FAQs. And I think there's some important things that we just talked about that have additional information that I think people would like to know that that's where you find it. So the first question is about staff members of paired schools, what happens, and that's where the staffing protocol is linked, as well as a flow chart. Additionally, when we're talking about staff members or families who have a student receiving SPED services, there's a document in there to answer some of those frequent questions and who the person would be that they would reach out to and how that process would look. So this is really helpful and valuable information for people that really need to dig in a little bit more deeper than what we're able to discuss today. So I wanted just to make sure we're saying it very publicly. That's how you find it. I'm almost at, like, maybe we should just pull it up and click through it so people can see that that's where you go to find this information. Then the other thing, if we could, there's multiple scenarios that can happen for staff, right? Depending on staff's preference. So could you just very quickly, because I know we're short on time, just explain for a teacher that's going into a paired school, and maybe it's not their building, it's, the schools are being paired to a different building. If that teacher wants to stay with that group, what does it look like for that teacher based off of this protocol and the flow chart? Sure. Thank you, Director Thompson. And one of the big deals here is the leader of that newly paired building. As a former educator, but I knew that, but heading in, I heard that time and again. So that new leader of each new leader of each paired building will be identified, designated by June 1st of this year. So during the 25-26 school year, we stay status quo.
Both schools stay open, and we go, and on we go. But during that 25-26 school year, that designated principal will have conversations with each staff member of each of the buildings, receiving school and closing school, to assess where they're at, what they need, what they want. HR will have that conversation too prior to, but obviously we want the leader and every staff member in those buildings, to have that one-on-one conversation about what the leader is looking for and what the staff member is looking for. And from that, we expect that there will be some staff members who say, you know what, maybe the paired school isn't for me. I'm going to go look at another school. That staff member, again, any staff member, will be able to take advantage of priority hiring starting February 16th of 2026, so that they can, on a priority basis, access job postings and leaders of these job postings and have a conversation before those jobs actually post. Okay, I want to be clearer about that. Just a one-on-one conversation with the leader. Our leaders are going to know what the job needs are going to be, and we want to facilitate that leader and our impacted staff or our affected staff to have a one-on-one conversation before those positions actually post per normal process. Okay, so that'll happen, and then if that staff member decides, hey, you know what, I'd actually like to be in the paired school for a year, for 26-27, for whatever reason, they have a place to land for that school year. Okay, and in the meantime, leaders will continue to assess and make sure that they have the staff that they need, that their kids have the staff that they need, and then after 26-27, if a staff member doesn't stay in that paired school, okay, they still have access to that priority hiring through the 27-28 school year. So they're going to have, very likely, the vast majority of staff members are going to have multiple opportunities, if they want, to go out and find another building that suits them best.
So just to clarify, this might mean we might have a little bit of heavier staffing at our paired schools, which, if we think about a school that's suddenly gotten a lot bigger in size, a little extra staffing, things like that are all good. I see those as all good things because we know that we're having staff members, a good mix of staff members that know all the students and the families. And I feel like, right, when we're pairing, that really helps balance out the culture part too of the school. So anyways, okay, thank you.
We've added an additional layer too, and this actually came out of the staff group. One of our first meetings, and that is, so a staff member lands in building A in 26-27, whatever building that might be. Let's say it doesn't go well, they don't quite like it. Okay, their school got paired, and so they landed again wherever. We've said that staff member who landed, who maybe isn't liking where they're at, can still access priority hiring that for the next school year. And they have that priority through 27 and 28. So we wanted to add that layer. It's good for kids, it's good for staff.
If I could add additionally for our fiscally conservative folks who are listening and who are saying, wait a minute, I assume the entire point of consolidating schools is to have fewer staff to pay, and that's ultimately where the savings comes from. That is true in the long run, but because we are not waiting to do this until we're about to fall off a fiscal cliff like next year, we have a little bit of flexibility to be able to do this slowly and do it well for our staff members. So for those folks who are listening and thinking that that building may be more heavily staffed for 1 year than a building with that many students normally would be. And through normal attrition, because our district is so large, through normal attrition, we have plenty of openings for everybody. So we will still realize that savings in the long run. It's just the long run might be a year or two out and then all the way forward. And that's because the Board of Education is being so proactive to make sure that we're addressing things before we fall off a fiscal cliff. And so that's something I really appreciate about you all, is having us start, really going through this process before it becomes a, 6-alarm fire.
Great. So thank you. It's in the interest of time, because we have
Yeah.
reached our time. But before we vote, I wanted to be able to give you an opportunity to go back to the presentation to cover anything that we didn't cover in our discussion. I think we kind of,
Want to do that?
and you can go ahead, Director Meek.
Okay, great. Just because this has come up as well. The question was, well, why aren't we waiting till the new schools open? And you were just saying, we're being proactive and the timing piece. Do you want to say a couple of words to those who are questioning why we're moving forward with the pairings in 2026, 27 versus waiting for the new school to open in 27, 28?
Thank you for that question. The new schools are taking longer, of course, take a lot longer to complete. But I also just want to say, when I moved to Douglas County with my family 25 years ago now, I had a baby on my hip, and my husband and I stretched ourselves thin to buy our first family home, to be near an elementary school, and I can only imagine what our families who did that are going through. These young families that mortgage themselves to the hilt to move across the street from a school, only to have the district turn around and say, well, about that school. So empathy is a big part of this. And so to that point, I am excited that we will be able to celebrate the coming together of a community in the 26-27 school year and really have them be the focus for that 26-27 school year instead of being overshadowed by the opening of new schools. I think it's really important to kind of not do all of those things all at once, because our families, we want to make sure we're celebrating the newly paired schools. And the longer we wait, the less of a runway we have, and the less of the ability that we have to support our staff and our families in the way that we really want to. So I hope that answers that question. Okay, we think that what we have left on our presentation, let me just, before Chief of Staff Colella presents on the committees, you've heard about the committees in the past. Do you want to hear more about these committees, or are you comfortable?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. We do want to talk for a minute about the support, because we have talked about phase 3 being, I think of it as the what do you need phase. Like, what do you need? How can we help? What do you need? And in that vein, Chief of Staff Colella and the team have already secured retired former HR professionals to make sure that they're sitting in each of our buildings that will be consolidated into another building, so that they are available to answer questions, hear people vent, whatever it is, for a period of time, to make sure somebody's there, a friendly face there in the building with our staff. That's really important to us. We have closed a position for a 2-year position for a staff liaison who would, again, help staff work through that paired hiring process and that priority status. And just for 2 years, they would be able to work with staffing in that sense, as well as staffing of our new schools. So just a general staffing position, again, to support our staff. And we have posted a position for a family liaison to help those two communities come together as one community. So we're hoping to find parents who have experience on SACs, PTOs, experience facilitating conversations, just all of the conflict resolution, all of those things, so that we have somebody whose job it is to support those families and those communities. So that's a little bit about that support stage. And then on the communication timeline, we've put out the staffing plan. Chief of Staff Colella put that out today. And sometime in March, we will be saying our recommendations out loud, making sure that we have support in the buildings, and talking about our recommendations out loud. We are unsure at this point what date in March we can do that, if it's right before or right after spring break, because we have to make sure we have worked through every complexity from special education, from our special education cohorts to transportation to boundaries. We have to make sure we've worked through every single detail before we've put the recommendations out there. So that would happen in right before or right after spring break, so that a board agenda is not the first time that the parents and the staff and the kids in a building hear about it. And then, of course, the staff recommendation officially will happen on April 8th. The Board of Education vote. It'll come as a package. The staff recommendation will come as a package. And that is something that we've learned from other districts. Districts who haven't done it as a package, it's been like, oh, let's take this one off and leave this one on. And it's a whole package. And then the April 23rd through the end of the school year, again, is when that what do you need support phase starts, with lots and lots of engagement. And there will be a lot of engagement. Once the recommendations are said out loud, we will be in the community engaging with them and answering questions about our recommendations, et cetera. And then finally, we included recent community questions that are now covered again in our FAQ. Will we consider boundary changes or transportation changes instead? Boundary changes and transportation changes do not produce more students. We still have the problem of 6,000 students across 16 buildings that used to house almost 11,000 students. So what about charter schools? Charter schools are governed by state law. They are struggling with declining enrollment as well due to declining enrollment in the area, and they have to sort it out in their own way. We don't dictate our charter schools. A smaller impact on class sizes. That depends. It's going to depend on the situation. Some of our small schools do have really small class sizes. Some of our small schools have really big class sizes because they can't afford to break a bigger class into 2 classes. So it is actually easier to control class sizes the bigger that the more sections of a grade that you have. What about portable classrooms? Portable classrooms are meant to be temporary. So, if there's a temporary surge, and then that surge is going to go down. And what happens to the building? We need the building for programming for staff and students. The amenities that come with the building, such as the playground, et cetera, will still be available to the community. They will not be used. The buildings will not become the things that have been thrown out there, things like affordable housing, condos, charter schools, none of those things. The buildings will not be used for those kinds of things. They will be used for Douglas County School District student and staff programming. And we will put out with the recommendations a list of potential building uses, but we aren't in a position to say, here's our recommendations, including what the closing schools are going to become, because that is a whole other process, where if we're thinking about moving a program from one part of the district to another, that involves engaging with that community for that program and talking that through and thinking through all of those details. And that's more than we can tackle all at once. So, but we are giving the assurance that the buildings will be used, they'll be maintained, and they will be used for DCSD student and staff programming purposes. Has a decision already been made? Despite rumors, and this is the time when rumors are going to fly. That is part of this process. Rumors will fly. I was telling, when I was speaking the other day, I was talking about how the stages of grief, and we've kind of gone past denial. We finally got everyone understanding that this is something that really has to happen fiscally, but now we've kind of entered bargaining. And so the rumors, are going to be out there. We've not made any decisions. Our next step is to go through all of that criteria and look at scenarios, and go through all of those criteria for scenarios to kind of narrow it down as to which scenarios are the best scenarios in these circumstances. And then we have to dig even deeper into each scenario to make sure we have transportation, boundaries, special education, gifted and talented, multi-language learner, supports for students, make sure we have all of those things ironed out before we put out a recommendation. And are we pairing 6 to 3 or 4 to 2? We went into this process saying we would do 6 to 3 or 4 to 2. We have been to LRPC now 3 times, I think. LRPC's strong recommendation based on their long range look was actually 6 to 3 or 8 to 4. So we think at this point, we think it is most likely we will land on 6 to 3. And then we talked earlier about the advantages of small schools. So with that, those are the questions.
All right, Director Thompson.
A very quick one. The paired school, once the schools are paired, that new school, will it have its own new identity?
That's a great question. Get that one a lot. New mascot, new name, new colors, what have you. I think we've landed on let's allow the communities to have those conversations, and we'd give them the plus deltas of that, and we'll see where it lands. I don't know if the superintendent wants to add to that.
Yeah, one of the reasons that we're hiring a liaison, a parent and family liaison, will be to help our communities through that. Getting the communities together. What does the community want? What does the community, do they want to talk about a new identity? How are they going to bring the most wonderful aspects of their individual communities together as a new big community? So that's a lot of facilitation and discussion.
Well, thank you so much. Seriously, a huge thank you to staff for all the hours that you have put in talking to countless numbers of people, sometimes more than once or twice or 10 times. So thank you. And with that, I will take a motion regarding policy FCB.
Move to adopt policy FCB.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Thank you again. All right, moving into item number 19, legislative updates. I believe we have our lobbyist here. And director of lots of words, Roush.
Director of Government Affairs. We fixed it. I probably don't need to hunch over anyway. Or do I? Good evening, thank you. Yes, we are here to do a quick legislative update for you. We've done these in the past. We do have Jason Hopfer here, our lobbyist. You're all familiar with him. Jordan Sanchez is online with us. So we will be asking her to weigh in on a few of these. Just a little bit of info. It's day 40. Last year we did this toward the end of March, just as a heads up. It's a little bit, it's quite a bit earlier this year than we did last year. We do have bills that were the deadlines were extended this year. A lot of new legislators up there, a lot of legislators who went from the House to the Senate, and then there were late appointments to the House of Representatives or to the State House. So due to all that movement and new people, they extended deadlines. So, but bills seem to be flying in now. I was just sitting here and Jason sent me like 6 bills in a minute. Here are your legislative priorities. Always want to have those listed. We can reference to. Again, because we are a little bit on the earlier side, I don't have it quite as detailed as we did last year, but we'll end up getting you more of that information. But always tied back to your priorities. Also, per the last meeting or so, your Director Geiger will be the liaison working with me and Superintendent Kane to be the liaison for you. So if you have nitty-gritty details, feel free to talk to Director Geiger, he'll be completely up to date at every moment with every bill. But I think that's going to be a nice system. We've got calls set up, and we'll make sure that we will be addressing questions and making sure that you're informed. So really what we're doing is we're going to talk to you kind of on a high level on a lot of these. We do have some specific bills and happy to talk about those. But number one, and I'm going to let Jason come up here and talk about this, will be school finance. I know you know this. It will dictate a lot of, it will take up a lot of Jason, Jordan, my time, superintendent's time, our CFO, Janice Leisner's time, because there are a lot of changes we expect to come. And they do not, they are big cuts to Douglas County School District. We don't have specifics, but we do have concerns. You want to weigh on that?
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. I guess I want to start by saying, the state budget is, I think you all know, is a mess. We're looking at about a $700 million reduction, and it's a structural one, meaning that, we've hit the Tabor cap. So therefore, even though revenues are not in the deficit, we're doing refunds and doing cuts at the same time. With the passage of the new School Finance Act last year, and with these cuts coming, I think we have a very big problem for the district. We've already had the governor basically propose, so not basically, he proposed to basically undo all of the agreements that we made with the speaker and others to ensure that you were having some increase in funding going forward. To remind folks, we fought very hard to make sure that the new funding formula did not result in ongoing reductions in funding for the district. We managed to secure a 0.5% increase every year over time. That was, I'll describe that as floor funding. One of the governor's first proposals in his budget was to eliminate that floor funding. On top of that, they want to change the averaging. We went from 5 years to 4-year averaging for student count last year. That had effect on everyone's bottom line. The governor proposed going to basically, 1 year, which is not averaging at all. Just to be clear, you can't average off of 1 year, but that's what he proposed. I believe that's about a $17 million change in your budget just with that alone, not even factoring in the 0.5. I'll say I've been called to the principal's office on more than one occasion already, in the speaker's office in particular, to discuss this bill and assume that we will be again. There was an attempt during the supplemental process to amend the supplemental for K-12 to change the existing trigger, which is one of the things we negotiated very strongly last year to ensure that the state ed fund would be healthy and that we have the money going forward to implement a new formula. That trigger has been activated, and they were trying to do what I'll call a technical fix. I would not call it a technical fix, but what they call it a technical fix, that not only changed the trigger for this year, but would have changed it ongoing permanently and made it, frankly, irrelevant. We fought that with several other districts, stopped that from happening, and have basically said to the speaker and others, if we want to have a conversation about cutting K-12, let's do it in public. Let's do it very clearly. That was not met with a lot of happiness from the Democrat leadership in the House in particular, and from Senator Lundeen in the Senate, who wanted to go after the averaging and go after the trigger. So I think it's a big threat we're going to have going forward, that we're going to have to deal with as far as making sure that, if we're going to take cuts in K-12, that we all know what that looks like and how we're going to account for that, or that we make sure we minimize those cuts going forward.
And we know that you were considering doing some sort of resolution during this meeting, and thank you for input from our lobbyists. It's probably just a little too soon. We don't know exactly what we are looking at, but we look forward to sharing all of that and having your input when the time comes.
We will definitely need that when we're at that time.
Director Weinegger.
Can you expand more on what you mean by trigger?
So in the new School Finance Act, we passed several amendments on the floor. It was part of the overall deal that said if the state ed fund dropped below a certain level or a certain level of increase over time, then that would not, then the new formula would be on pause. Right.
And we would use the prior
We
formula.
would use
that
the
we've had
prior
in
formula or
place.
some combination of the two, depending on where we were within that time period. We have a 6-year run-up to fully implement the formula. That's about $150 million a year for the next 6 years. The problem is they're looking at reducing funding by at least $135 million just in the averaging side alone. So that, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. And what we continue to say is, what I felt we negotiated last year in good faith with the bill proponents was that we were not going to implement this new formula if we were cutting districts. And what I feel very strongly about is some of the proponents are not wanting to live up to their end of the bargain. I will tell you that I talked to a CFO yesterday from a district who benefits from this, who basically said, well, you just don't want to implement 1448. And I said, no, I want to implement the deal that we struck. You don't seem to want to actually stick by your agreement. If there was one school district who'd be advocating not to do the new formula, it'd be this one. You're the most negatively impacted of any district in the state when it comes to overall bottom line dollar funding based on the new formula. But we are not doing that. We are sticking to the agreement that we made.
Director Thompson?
So, we have the results of the adequacy study that came in. Is that being used in any of these conversations to demonstrate like how much the cost of education actually is and demonstrates that our funding is grossly below what it needs to be?
I mean, it's not lost on a lot of us that we spent a bunch of money to do 2 different adequacy studies, and now they're here talking about cutting funding again. And so, yes, we do talk about that. I will say that, I guess this is the 3rd or 4th adequacy study I think I've seen in the time I've done K-12 since 2007. And the problem is that the number is so big that all these legislators just feel like, $4 billion, what are we going to, how are we going to do that? And they feel overwhelmed by that. So trying to bring it out, pull it out in chunks and talk about we know that we're unfunded, not funded nearly enough. We've missed countless billions of dollars of funding over the last 20 years because of the negative factor and other things. Yet now you want to say you fully funded K-12 for one year and then we're going to hide cuts through policy changes? Because that's really what they're trying to do.
Because they're arguing, what I'm hearing is like when we're talking about the averaging, right? We're hearing terms like phantom students, right? But when you're looking at the full scope of the issue, is we're underfunded, and that's why that averaging is so important for districts.
Absolutely, and I got yelled at for saying something very similar to the speaker, who wants to tell me that averaging was really just meant for rural schools. And what I have to remind her, it was meant for rural schools in 1994, when they were the places that were having the most reduction in students, and it was not happening statewide. The policy issues, what you have that for, are the same, whether it's a large district or a small rural district.
So I think one of the biggest takeaways, or one of the takeaways that will, as we move down this list, anything with a fiscal note, and I think we talked about this late last year when we met, anything with a fiscal note is likely not to survive. So that definitely is affecting bills, how they're being introduced. It's affecting how people are supporting, not supporting, how to weigh in. So just please know that's always there. As we move on to the accountability task force and bill, our Superintendent Kane was on this task force. It is a monster bill. There was a meeting again today with task force members discussing this. I'm not sure how to describe that. I'll let you.
And I'll have Jordan hop on here in a second because she's been doing really the lion's share of the work on this particular bill. What we have been striving to do is take the recommendations from the task force. There's multiple steps to this, I think. One is take the recommendations from the task force, which I have to say, while they did a lot of work, the recommendations were fairly, I don't want to say generic's not the right word, but they were in legislative speak. And so translating that into statute has been a challenge because everyone thinks it says something different in the report. Right, so we're dealing with that. Once we get that part done, which is where we are right now, we've gone from about a 140-page bill to about 48 pages, so that's progress. After that, we have to sit down with CDE and with the bill sponsors and figure out the costs, where the cost issues are, and what things we're gonna have to put on hold or pause because they simply cost more than we can find money for in other places to fund that. So I don't think we're gonna be able to implement all of the recommendations from the task force this year just because of cost issues. And then there'll be some policy issues after that. Jordan, I don't know if you wanna kind of talk about some of the high-level stuff.
Yeah, of course. I would note and just add on to what Allison and Jason have already said, noting that we will see the first iteration of this official bill, come out on Friday. From there, it will have all 30 recommendations from the task force report. And moving forward, as Jason said, they will be whittled down. I think the goal and the hope of all task force members, and this was noted during today's call as well, was for all 30 recommendations to be implemented at the same time and as soon as possible. So we are, and the bill sponsors are working to balance that work with the fiscal impacts of that as well. What we've heard from Superintendent Kane and other superintendents that participated on the task force is that I think some of Douglas County's highest priorities are actually not super controversial with the rest of the task force members. So I think one of the big ones that Superintendent Kane has called out is identifying students and counting them in our accountability system for 2 years after a student with an IEP or 504 plan completes, quote unquote, completes their IEP or 504 plan. As well as disaggregating student test scores in the accountability system data that we collect. So I think those items have been huge points of consensus, and we'll look forward to those moving forward.
Thank you, Jordan. Can I see my list again? Dyslexia. So this evening, during our meeting, we received a draft of the dyslexia bill. So I have sent that out to most of the people sitting here also in this meeting. So we will be getting feedback, and they've asked for feedback. So we will keep you posted on that one.
Director Meek.
So I'd love to understand the process of when we see drafts of bills. When you receive those, are they provided to the board as well? What does that process look like? And, when you take a position on a bill, how do we know when positions are taken on bills?
So you should be receiving a link. You should all have, I had shared that you'd be getting an email with a link. That's a live site for you. Though that will have the bills that have been introduced, officially introduced, and that we have taken a position on or we are monitoring. So that is where you will see that. We have not been in the practice of sharing drafts. That's a lot. There's a lot that happens when we're asked to look at a draft. Did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, we're happy to share drafts, but it is a lot. I will tell you, I have no ability whatsoever to read all of the drafts. So really, we send the draft to the expert that we have on staff. And then we also have a weekly call with Director Geiger as part of a process I think you all agreed on earlier to discuss the bills and the position on each bill. I also want to address, I got asked a question about documenting kind of the reasoning behind the position. And that's really, really hard to do because some of it has to do with political capital and negotiating, and we're often going to kind of sit on the sidelines or be an amend to kind of watch what's happening, but that's where those conversations, our weekly conversations with Director Geiger will be really critical. And so anytime you have a question about any particular position on any bill, please feel free to reach out to me or to reach out to Director Geiger, and we should be able to answer those questions.
Director Geiger.
Yeah, and I'm very fascinated to do this, and we've set up our communication. Jason, can you tell us how often you're brought in to consult on drafting of bills? Is it dozens of times a week, 50 times a week?
On K-12 related bills, I mean, it's a lot. Depends on where we are in the session, frankly, and the deadlines and all that stuff. So, we're hitting kind of more of the tail end of the drafting process at this point. But so between, let's say October and now, there's probably at least, a couple times a week, not more. It's like everything else, it ramps up as we get close. So we just had a deadline hit today, for example. So, there were about 20 bills introduced, this evening, that I was starting to work through and sending out those bills. We probably saw drafts of, 2/3 of those bills before they got introduced, and there was a few that were surprises, but, because they don't have to share, but we see those. And then typically, I will send them out to Allison and then, wait for comments back. I'll be also hearing it from other folks and talking to my colleagues about what their clients are saying as well.
Thank you, and we'll continue this communication. Thank you.
Director Beek.
So thank you. I just wanted to have transparency. So Jason, whenever you take a position or advocate, you have to state that you've taken a position, right? If you're advocating.
So on the Secretary of State's website, I've listed whatever positions I've taken on behalf of clients, whether that's oppose, support, amend. I will sometimes put down monitor when there's people are asking for positions and things like that, but if I put down monitor on every bill I was monitoring, my list would be about 5 pages long, so I don't do that for every bill. But again, I will just say I don't take positions, I reflect the positions that you give me.
Yeah, but support or oppose, you would have it
Yes, those are all on
and then that would be reflected on the spreadsheet
Yes.
that we have. So
It
we
is.
would know, we'd feel confident that we would understand that a position has been taken.
It is, and if we're in a amend position, that's a conversation I'll have with Director Geiger in our weekly calls and kind of explain the why behind that.
I did want to raise one issue that we discussed that I wanted to put public. Jason, you represent we're not your only client, right?
Correct.
There may come times when our position on a bill might be different than one of your other clients, correct?
Correct.
And so how do you handle that
Sure.
within your agency?
Sure, so, as an attorney as well, and, not every lobbyist is an attorney, but I feel that I have to abide by the legal code of ethics as well on conflicts. And in it's been rare in K-12 actually, but the only conflicts I've had in K-12 have actually been with community colleges over the last 20 years. Almost every client I have, but 4, I share with someone else. And one of the reasons I do that is to balance out and make sure I don't have a conflict, that arises. So if I ever have something where I have a different position, than someone else, I could have Jordan come and do the work on your behalf, and I just step out if there's a direct conflict. Again, that's been very rare over my career doing that, where I've had direct conflicts. Indirect conflicts have been, easier to handle because you just talk to the client and figure out, can I waive this or not, or is this something that we need to address in another way? But the direct ones, I step out. I don't lobby either side, but I always make sure we have coverage one way or the other, which is why I brought on Jordan in part, but not the only reason.
I don't have anything in particular where that's happened, but I know we've had the conversation. And anytime he feels like, I don't know, we've been approaching that, he's been super clear.
And I only raise it because it was asked of me. I was satisfied with the answer, but I wanted to make sure these 6 people had it as well.
Great, thank you.
Director Thompson, sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. When you take, when the position monitor is put on a bill, sorry, can you just one more time, what the function of saying monitor is?
So from a public perspective, I mean, I would look at different, like on your tracking sheet, I will put things down, monitor, because then it lets me get updates if there's amendments or something like that, because, you all pay me to be paranoid. And so one of the things I watch is making sure that there's no amendments that have been added that might affect a bill that we weren't really concerned about, but now we are. From a public perspective, when I register on the Secretary of State's page on monitor, it's usually more to make folks aware that we don't have a position on a bill, that we're not for it, we're not against it, because sometimes we'll get asked, well, and there's a bill out there right now on a website for concurrent enrollment in higher ed. And, some of the like Case and Casby and the rural schools have taken a support position on it, but most of the districts have not. I was asked by the bill sponsor where we were, so we're just neutral, right? But I'll list it as monitor because the four-year institutions are fighting the bill, right? And so she was looking for other help with the bill, and I said, well, we don't have a position, but I can make it clear that we're not opposing this bill, like some of the other institutions are, the four-year institutions are, for example. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. We actually talked about that bill earlier. We got a presentation from CTE, and we were talking about how that actually would benefit our students. So I'm hearing what you're saying about four-year institutions, but then I'm also thinking, well, if from the perspective of the district and serving our students who are deciding which programs they want to take and how it transfers to different universities, and again, I'm speaking not having enough information here, but I could see that being a benefit for our students on that specific one.
I'll put and I don't have a client with a position on that, but I think one of the things that I would point out on the transfer of credits and concurrent enrollment has been an issue that I've actually worked on for quite a long time, mostly with my community college add-on, with K-12, frankly, to make sure that you all, as you're doing your CTE programs, those students have seamless transfer into any four-year institution. There is a lot of confusion sometimes around what you hear is concurrent versus dual enrollment. And one of the big distinctions is that the concurrent enrollment that's part of a GT Pathways transfer program, those courses will transfer across the state to any four-year institution. Some of the dual enrollment programs that the four-year institutions offer don't do that. And I don't want to pick on a particular institution, but there are some institutions that are a system where the credits will only be good in the major in one branch of that system, for example.
Superintendent Kane also has something to add.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would say the devil is in the details always. So that's one of the reasons that, we stay and monitor, because we need to make sure the dust settles and we know what we're actually taking a position on. So that's part of it. The title of the bill is the title of the bill, but what's in the details may or may not be beneficial for our students. So we're just, that's one of the reasons that we sit and monitor until we're sure that the dust is settled and it's really something we're going to support, or it's settled enough that we can put ourselves in an amend position, or whatever that may be. And President Williams, I want to make sure we're honoring our time commitment, so we'll kind of speed through the last couple here.
Thank you. Cell phone device use, there is a bill, and we are, we haven't taken a position on that one. There's one that talks about the board needs to have a policy. So.
Given all the other things that are being proposed around, right. Exactly, yeah.
Listen, it's probably going to go through it. There's also some weighing on how much it's finite political capital and attention and abilities. Discipline and seclusion, we expect a bill on discipline. There's currently one seclusion restraint bill. We're expecting a second competing seclusion restraint bill. So we have our team looking at everything as soon as we get our eyes on it, and we will be getting feedback and probably taking positions on those. But we haven't seen the discipline. Library resources, that's one that's interesting. We were in an amend position, and that bill completely changed. So there's also times where we know a bill it's probably not going to survive. And so we might sit in a monitor, or in this case, we were amend. It received what's called a strike below, which is literally an entirely new bill. So we have that one out for some feedback, and we'll be letting Jason know where we are on that. But that's our process. I hope that works. I think our liaison and meetings with Director Geiger will be helpful for us, for you, and it's going to be a long one. But
I'll just say on the library bill, that amendment was work of CASB working with the publishing group that was pushing the bill.
Yeah. If you don't have any other questions on those, we do have Superintendent Kane, who wants to give you an update on all the federal issues and topics that are in the news these days.
Thank you, Jason,
Thank
for
you.
coming.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Okay, I actually have some notes because the federal situation is, to say the least, an extremely fast, furious, and fluid, the triple F, I guess, fast, furious, and fluid situation. So I just want to briefly talk about the executive orders. For the most part, one of the main things I want you to know is that the executive orders, for the most part, actually instruct a federal agency to do research and make a recommendation. So that's, for the most part, what the executive orders actually do in effect. They're not ordering school districts directly to do something. So that being said, I'm going to go over the ones that are impactful to K-12. So let's see, no particular order, seems to be tonight's theme, no particular order. Ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing was an executive order that was put in place. We heard a little bit from public commenters about that particular executive order. In Douglas County School District, we do not practice hiring. We do not practice DEI hiring. We work really hard to have a very diverse pool of candidates, and we always hire the best person for the position. So that piece is not an issue for us. And certainly, as we talked about extensively when you all revised ADB and we presented ADB-R, we are not lowering standards for any group of students. We are taking care of each and every student in Douglas County School District every single day. So let's see, the next executive order is ending radical indoctrination in K-12 schooling. This is related to curriculum in schools. And again, this is an order to the Federal Department of Education. It gives them 90 days to bring forward a plan on what it would look like to implement the executive order. Federal law expressly prohibits the federal government from interfering with local curriculum, of course. And here in Douglas County School District, as you all are aware and we've talked about many times, there is not radical indoctrination of any kind going on in our schools. We are really focusing on academics. We're focusing on having a great atmosphere for every single one of our kids. We're focusing on prevention of bullying. We're focusing on making sure that harassment and discrimination are addressed and not tolerated in our schools. So we are focusing on all of those things. Next is expanding educational freedom and opportunities for students. That one is incredibly vague and has to do with potential future federal funding incentives for states to offer educational freedom opportunities. So that one is really, truly, all of these are changing every day as far as exactly what the meaning is. The next one is eradicating anti-Christian bias. This one establishes a task force, which includes the Secretary of Education as a member. The task force is charged with creating a report within 120 days of the order. So truly, again, all of these executive orders apply to federal agencies that are then asked to create recommendations or create a report. And again, I want to say really clearly for our public, there is nothing going on in Douglas County School District that is in any way anti-Christian or anti any other kind of religion for that matter. Executive order, keeping men out of women's sports. So this also relates to Title IX, so I'll address both. This order, again, requires that an athletic governing body get together within 60 days to make recommendations. An executive order does not supersede federal or state law. So that's a really important piece. The Title IX changes really rolled back Title IX to 2020. We were already following an injunction that kept us at Title IX for 2020. So our policies are all consistent with the 2020 Title IX rules. So there is no change there. I do get asked, so how does this impact sports in Douglas County School District? So let me kind of go down the waterfall there. The NCAA, which manages all college sports, has adapted their regulations to ensure that girls' sports are limited to biological females. And now CHASA, that's the Colorado Association that determines sports. CHASA is still subject to Colorado law because an executive order or even Title IX does not supersede an actual law. There is a bill in Congress at this time on this topic. Should that bill pass, that will impact Colorado law as well as CHASA regulations. So that's something that we are continuing to monitor, and we expect to continue to monitor that and watch for changes. All right, let's see. I got Title IX. And then let's see, lastly, there was a freeze on federal funding. That freeze has since been withdrawn, so there's not a freeze on federal funding. To the extent that there were any freezes within the Department of Agriculture, something that I never really even thought we'd have to think about is the Department of Agriculture, but they are part of who fund our lunches for our students. And so food and nutrition services grants are to continue as normal. So that will continue as normal. So I believe I have addressed the big executive orders. I think the biggest takeaway for us and really for our leaders and our staff is that we need to let the dust settle. We need to figure out where everything lands, because right now it really is these federal departments making recommendations as to what happens next. So we need to let that dust settle. And with these significant executive orders, such as the one around DEI, indoctrination, et cetera, we, as I said, in Douglas County School District, we have an anti-harassment and discrimination policy that we follow and implement. We have prevention of bullying. We take care of every single student every single day, and we do not hire based on anything other than merit, and we're certainly not indoctrinating kids. We are teaching kids. Our academics are soaring, and we're really proud of the great work that we're doing for kids in terms of their academics and in terms of their environment and their mental well-being.
So thank you for all of that. I appreciate you addressing the one with the men and women's sports, as I'm sure all of you know that that's a big passion of mine. I talked about it back in June when the old Title IX was being pushed down. So thank you for addressing that. I guess my question is, and maybe this isn't for you, this might be just something for the board to think about, but there are districts in the state who have taken a stand on that, and it might be something for us to consider as a board to at least talk to council about that. So that's all I had. Director Moore.
Superintendent Kane, thanks for the details on that. For clarity on the boys or the males and female sports executive order, just make sure I understand. The thought process is that there's a chance that executive order becomes codified at the federal level. If that were to happen, that may impact Colorado law, which guides CHASA on the same topic?
Thank you for the question. So there is a bill currently on the, currently in, I believe it's in Congress, and it's HR 938. It is the bill, the name of the bill is to abolish the Department of Education. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. I have the wrong bill number. That one's the abolish the Department of Education, which I forgot to address that part. There is a bill, I don't have the bill number. There is a bill, so it isn't the executive order itself that goes through the process in Congress. That's an actual bill. I just don't have the bill number.
Thank you.
Director Weiniger.
I just want to say thank you for delivering that in a very fact-based, neutral, very digestible manner, because I know that people can put their own bias in these kind of interpretations. So that was very easy to understand. Thank you.
Director Meek.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you as well for adding this to the agenda. And so just to summarize, no programs, services, opportunities, policies, nothing is changing at this point in time based on the executive orders.
Thank you so much for the direct question, and I should have been more direct. We currently are not doing these practices, so no programs are changing for our students as a result of these executive orders, nor do we expect to see a change in what little funding we have that comes from the Department of Education.
Oh, Director Meek.
So I guess the other big question that I've been receiving, and I know you've spoken to it some, just immigration policy and how that's being handled in our district.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. And so I'll be as super clear as I can. We have provided guidance to our school leaders and to our multi-language learner teachers and our family liaisons who work with many of our immigrant families. So that information has been provided. And just to summarize at a really high level, under law, we are required to provide a free public education to every student that comes through our doors, and we absolutely do that. We also do not collect immigration information. So we have no way of knowing immigration information, and we do not collect that. So that's number two. Number three, it is always our process that if any agency comes into one of our schools inquiring about a student, we don't share student information under FERPA, and we have any kind of order reviewed by our legal department to make sure it is in fact a court order that's signed by a judge. And then the last thing I would comment is that our Director of Safety and Security has been in touch with Homeland Security, and they have assured him that the federal agencies have no intention of going into schools. They are truly focusing on violent criminals that have a significant criminal record and are considered to be a danger to society. So that's really where the focus is right now, and that is kind of our guidance at this time.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, so if you could just clarify for the public why, back to the sports related one, why we follow the state organization, which I'm not going to say the acronym because I can't remember it. Why is it that that organization is the one making the rules that we're following?
Thank you for the question. CHASA is the name of the organization, and they manage all high school sports and activities through the state. You know, we're under their regulations for all of our high school sports and activities, and they are the Colorado Association. So they're like the NCAA for Colorado, and therefore they are subject to Colorado law. So does that answer your question, Director Thompson?
Yeah, so and why do we follow their policy versus have our own?
Thank you for the question. In order to participate in statewide athletics, we have to follow CHASA's policy. So if we were to say go alone, we would no longer be part of state championships and state competitions. We would just have to have kind of our own little DCSD competitions, but our kids would not have the opportunity to participate in wider competitions with other schools and other districts, eventually, working their way to state champions, off to national champions. It's those rules that cooperation with NCAA that has colleges come to our schools and recruit our students. This is not my area of expertise, so Assistant Superintendent Windsor, if you have anything to add to that, I would be happy to hear it.
Nope, first part was great. It's that governing legislation that we use in all of our athletics and activities that we have in our system. So outside of just athletics, there's our activities that follows it too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, moving on to item number 20, the Board of Education Self-Evaluation of Governance Process 1.3, Board President Responsibilities. Director Weiniger took this on, so I will pass it to her.
All right. So I was in charge of our governance policy 1.3 called Board President Responsibilities. I linked the policy on the first page if you want to review it, but I also quote it in my evidence on the next page, which is the memo. Yep, if you could go to the next page, please. Because this first page is just like giving dates and generic info that we always have. Oops, I think I'm 1.3. But most of the evidence I used on here was just from attending board meetings. I linked our YouTube channel if people really want to watch our meetings again to get why I got the evidence that I did. But there were just a couple items that I did find or did use evidence that we actually used last time. My period of monitoring was May 7th because the last time it was through May 6th of 2024, and then I did it through May 5th or February 5th, where I emailed out some questions I had for some of these. So I'll just go now that it's up here, I'll just go one by one. So 1.3.1 is that the president leads the board, so the board's performance is consistent with its own rules and policies, and those legitimately imposed on it from outside the organization. I felt we were compliant. The board meeting deliberations are conducted and monitored to include only board issues. It's also efficient, timely, and orderly to the point. Said we were compliant. Decisions that fall within the topics covered by board policies on government process and superintendent board linkage, employment, termination superintendent, board specifically delegates portions of this authority to others. The president is authorized to use any reasonable interpretation of the provisions in those policies. Thought we were compliant there. She has no authority to make decisions about policies created by the board. In the ends, she hasn't done that. The next one, she has no authority to supervise or direct the superintendent. Superintendent Kane confirmed that in an email near the end of this document. 1.3.2 was about stating positions to outside parties. The only one President Williams could recall and I could recall was just when the Denver Gazette asked for a comment on school pairings, and she delegated that comment to Director Geiger.
Forgot we even did, that was at the retreat.
Right, he did a great job, and if you want to read the article, it's linked. All contracts and official board reports have been signed by her, and Ronnie confirmed that. 1.3.4 was if she's absent or unable to be the president, then the vice president should step in, and she's been available every single time, so made my job easy. So that one was NA, and then the board president is required to set the agenda and run the agenda planning meeting. She's ran all the meetings and approved all the agendas during this period of time. And so in all these I got that she was compliant, so I said overall that the board is in compliance with GP 1.3 board president responsibilities.
Any questions for Director Weiniger? Director Meek?
So I actually had GP 1.4.
Yes.
Which overlaps, which I didn't really realize when we did that. So, so I think it might make sense to also look at 1.4 as we're talking through this, just because as I was looking through, so the evidence I was looking through for our board policy for the officers, so 1.4 covers all board officers. So I actually went through board correspondence as well as board meetings. And if you scroll to the next page, that's the policy there, where you can see president, which is the redundant piece, vice president, secretary, assistant secretary. If you keep scrolling, please. Treasurer, assistant treasurer, et cetera. So if you get to the next page, basically I was looking at no board member has served more than 2 consecutive terms in the same office per our Colorado law, and then looking at the execution of duties. So I guess I did find just 2 examples where I felt like it would be helpful for the board to make sure that we are on the same page. One was with putting an agenda item, placement of an agenda item without a written request, where we have GP 1.5, and I think you might say, but that's GP 1.5, and we're looking at 1.4. But the role of the board president is to ensure the integrity of the board's process. It's such a big job, and President Williams, I think you do a phenomenal job. It's a huge job to be the president of the board, to run the meetings, to basically serve the board. I mean, that's the role of the president, is to make sure that our board is operating effectively. And so I just highlighted this item because I think it's really important that we're all on the same page, that if we have a process for agenda setting, we follow the process and what's in policy. And based on the November 19th board meeting, I don't feel like we did follow the policy as we were supposed to. And if you go to the next page, that same November 19th board meeting, there was a comment around meeting with an employee to vet curriculum. And I think, again, our policies really are pretty strict, that the board will not formally or informally work with staff other than the superintendent and the board secretary. And I just think it's a slippery slope with that. And I know we've talked about that a little bit at one of our retreats. So those 2 items I just highlighted because I think it's really important that, one, if as a board we don't feel like that's a problem, then we need to be on the same page. But I did identify that. I think those were 2 things that were out of compliance with our policies. When it came to the vice president, really the vice president's role is to fill in for the president, and I don't think you've had a chance to do that yet. So the secretary drafts responses on behalf of the board. And, you know, I think Director Myers has been doing a really nice job with those communications in response on behalf of the board. And it's a pretty huge job as well. I didn't put this in the report, but I am wondering if we should have a little blanket statement on those responses that you're responding on behalf of the board so people understand that. I was talking to someone recently and they said, well, Director Myers is the only one that ever responds. And I don't think the community understands that that's the process. And I think that's not in our policies, it's not in our handbook, but I think that might be a helpful practice to add just to help the community understand that. The treasurer, assistant treasurer, everything else seemed to be really in line. So I did put, I think we probably should remove the redundant language so it's not falling under two policies with an update. So that's why I wanted to talk through it, because I think we kind of need to decide where we land on the board president policy 1.3.
Yeah, so I would concur that we probably should remove the president language from 1.4, just so it's not redundant. But I would like to address the two things that were talked about with in relation to me. So the first one around the agenda planning one, to be clear, while I did give verbal consent, it was not before agenda planning, and I had written consent by agenda planning. We talked about this publicly the night of the 19th, and I did have it in writing before the agenda was officially set. So I'm not sure that that technically would go against policy. The second, sorry, yeah, go ahead. Sure.
It might just be easier to talk through the one at first. So I did add that agenda item on that meeting because we were reading on Facebook that the board president has agreed to put this on the agenda. I mean, that's how I found out about it, was Facebook. And so then.
It also said for that same night,
So-
which wasn't true.
I'm sorry?
They were saying it was going to be on the November meeting, which was not fact.
Okay. So the only way we knew about it was social media, and therefore I felt it was really important to put it on the agenda so we would at least have an awareness about it before a resolution came forward. Had that not happened, a resolution would have been posted on a Friday for a very significant topic, to release a proposed charter school, and then voted on them the following Tuesday. And I have a lot of concerns around posting resolutions on a Friday and then voting on it on a Tuesday. It's created a lot of controversy in the past on this board, where resolutions would be sprung on the community on a Friday and voted on a Tuesday. And I just think a very transparent way for the board to operate is to really go through the process where the board president isn't agreeing to an outside group where they feel like they had an agreement. We have other communication tools that we use on the board. So we have our board communication form that we use, which is actually meant for each of us to utilize so we can share with others when we are hearing of important information as a board liaison, or, when we're visiting schools. So we receive no communication that, anyone was approached or there was a topic that was under discussion. And so
I actually have an email that I sent to the board saying that I had agreed to that, and that's how it all came out to be. So I did send an email.
But that was after the November 19th meeting.
It was before.
Can I?
Sure. Director Weinberg.
Well, I think what we're getting at is a lot of what's in our policy is maybe not being, or what you want to have happen is maybe not written exactly in our policy. And actually, I couldn't even find where you pulled that there has to be a written request. I didn't see that in GP 1.5. So maybe if you're able to find it exactly and then post the actual reference. So maybe the actual approach to this isn't so much arguing back and forth on what happened, but more of like saying that you want our policy to be more explicit on how agenda items are decided. Because honestly, how our policy is written is the president can put something on the agenda. And maybe that's not what people like, and I get why people don't like it, but that's how our policy is, and we can talk about changing that. You also, I feel like there's some subjective language in the evidence used. Like you mentioned, we have to ensure equitable consideration of all submissions. That isn't in our policy either. So I think mostly what you want to get at is that the policy needs to change. And I agree with removing, just maybe saying, please reference GP 1.3 under the president responsibilities for this one.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so the other one, first of all, I ended up not meeting with the teacher. However, there was an email sent to me specifically from the teacher and another individual at the same school that offered up a meeting. So I would argue that any director up here on the board that had a teacher reach out to them requesting a conversation, I would be surprised if any of us would say, sorry, I'm not going to do that. Number two, I did inform Superintendent Kane that I was going to do this. In no way was it to give direction to a teacher. It was to discuss on their request of me. I did not reach out to this teacher unsolicited. And I would say that if a teacher ever reached out to me and wanted to meet with me, as long as I informed the superintendent that that is something that I would think any of us should and would want to do. But I didn't end up doing it, so.
Yeah, I guess my concern was the language used at the board meeting was you hadn't had a chance to vet the curriculum yet with the teacher, which is the language that was used, which feels out of what our policies would allow. But anyway, that's.
Director Geiger.
I've read both of these with interest. And I'm going to kind of have to go with Director Williams on the meeting with the teacher. I think it is best practice that we always go through the superintendent, but I did not perceive an intent to discipline or control the teacher on that. And maybe we need to make our policy clearer about that. I don't know that that's necessary. I did feel that the placing the agenda item on got reversed. And I wrote you an email about this, so I'm not telling you anything you haven't seen. I think the policy does at least express an intent that if we're going to address particularly that significant an issue, the letter should come first and the agenda item should come second. I know your hand was forced by false placements on social media. That stuff's going to happen. We all know that that's going to come back then. So I think there is a place either in amending the review on 1.3 or 1.4 to say there was space there for better communication about how that occurred. I, again, looking at the strict language of the policy, I don't think your non-existent meeting with the teacher probably violated that. Don't know that's the best policy, but we'll work on that. But I do feel that there was a level of communication that is both implied and I think more explicit in the policy that, and as I said in my email, every one of us has people outside of here that we communicate with and we trust. What the public needs to know is that those people don't have first priority on the agenda. And I think that's why the written request is in the policy, is to make sure that it's open to everyone else. And that was my concern with how that was handled. We had a full and fair discussion. It got taken care of. You know, I see your smile, Director Williams. It was more than full discussion. And that got taken care of. But I think it is a point for us to look back and say, how could we have handled that process in a way that didn't feel like, bluntly, people came up to me and said, so everybody that's got Director Williams' email gets on the agenda. I don't think that's how that's been treated, but that's what occurred. In this case, that danger occurred. And so how we address it, I think probably in 1.3 and then take it out of 1.4. But I did want to raise it. I thought that that was a place where the policy could have been complied with better.
So Director Meek, could you just tell us where you got the verbiage from 1.5? Because I don't see it either now that Director Weiniger brought that up.
You know, I'm thinking this was from the email board correspondence, and I think we probably updated policies. That's probably what happened in between. So I cut and pasted this from the board correspondence. And so this probably was the policy before we updated it. So I'd have to go back and look at that. So it may not currently be there. It was current at the time, I believe, but I can go back and check.
Okay. Director Myers?
I just have a question for clarification. So when we come to President Williams with something that we want to put on the agenda, and the one thing that came to my mind was when I'm on DCYI and Marcia asked to be on the agenda. Is that something that apparently we need to put into writing, or do we just, can we bring forward? You know, that's what, I guess I want clarification to make sure that when someone asks me if they want to be, and I think about even committees, LRPC, any of those that want to be on agenda, which I know a lot of this is from the superintendent when they create the agenda and we bring it forth and we have our agenda planning. But just to make sure when somebody does ask one of us to bring something on the agenda,
Yeah.
and I know we do that.
That's a really good question. And no, I mean, we're at agenda planning and we're board members and we're setting the agenda. So this language was members of the public wishing to make formal presentations before the board other than public comment should submit an advanced written request with the superintendent and our board president, so that such presentations, when appropriate, may be scheduled on the agenda. That was the original language. And when this happened, I believe that was in there and copied, but it would not apply to us as board members.
And I guess the only other question I had was, I was not alarmed, that's the wrong word, but I know that I think all of us probably have teachers that reach out to us, and I'm always trying to make sure that I talk to someone before I go visit, and I know I work especially on DCCF, and I always reach out to a teacher at Thunderbridge. I guess I've never asked permission that, to help out when we do the gala, and so am I on a slippery slope there, about going and being with the teacher and discussing, things that need to happen, and that was the particular, I needed help with the gala, and I depend on this one teacher at Thunder Ridge. So I guess I've really never asked permission that I'm going to go over there and have a conversation. So.
Yeah, I'm always really careful with talking with teachers, and it's not just the teacher. It was the comment at the board meeting where the curriculum was being discussed, and it was about vetting the curriculum with the teacher. It was that phrase that really elevated it to feel differently than I'm meeting with a teacher. Like, it's the vetting of curriculum, which is really outside of our purview. And we had a long conversation about this at the retreat where, our job is to work with the superintendent if we have concerns and to look at our procedures and if we need to update our procedures because we feel like the recommendations we're receiving aren't adequate or need to be updated, but to indicate that we are going to meet with staff members or educators to vet a curriculum is really the concern that I was elevating.
And I think with the discussion that we had tonight from the dais, I'm going to be in probably favor of believing that we're compliant.
Yes, Director Thompson.
Slightly unrelated, but before we move on, the treasurer role, since we're going to talk about updating this, the treasurer role needs updated to better reflect what I do. So technically, I would say, yeah, I'm in compliance, but it actually should be cleaned up on the language based off of some other updates we've done.
Okay. So I may ask you for some language while I also update 1.4 to say under the president, see 1.3, so that we don't have to have it repeated twice. Director Moore.
Two things, just for clarity, we do have the email that you sent to us on the 14th, which was a few days before the board meeting on the 19th. You did talk about this issue. I guess the question I want to understand for future similar situations is that if any of us are approached by anybody who wants to have time on the agenda, I believe that the proper process is we forward that information to the president, and the president has to make that decision at agenda planning or sometime before the board meeting or before it's posted public. Is that not the case, or is there another process that I'm missing that we're supposed to follow when any of us are approached by any organization, citizen, group that actually wants to formally be on the agenda outside public comment?
Yeah, I mean, I think that right now, 1.5 says that, the board president would, sets the agenda, and then it does talk about if there is, I'm trying to find it real fast.
Is the issue that it has to be in writing?
Well,
So I understand what
I think that used to
is.
be old policy, but that's not necessarily what's in our policy currently. And I think our policies were updated in September.
I do think there might be, though, like another policy. I'm trying to think if it's K.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Okay, that might cover just any public listening that wants to be able to present at a board meeting. There should be a policy. That's a K policy, I believe, that says what that process is supposed to look like.
I would also add that most items that go on our board agenda, going through staff is the best approach. There are certain items, obviously, that the president can put on there, but most of the time, anything going through staff is better.
But I mean, to your point, Director Meek, like Director Myers was talked to by DCYI, and then she told me, but technically it was DCYI asking to be on the agenda, and there was just somebody in between. And so it's no different than the charter school coming to me as it was for somebody going to Director Myers, and then Director Myers asking me to put it on the agenda. So I just think if we want to change how our policy governance book looks, then I think that's something that we certainly look at. But anyway, that's where I stand. You what?
Because I've given it to somebody who actually asked me for it, but it was too long ago now that I don't remember.
It might be on the public comment page where people sign up. I know it's somewhere because I copied it from somewhere. And I think Director Weiniger was kind of getting at maybe there is policy language change that we can look at, and I'm happy to go back and look to see how we ensure that we're being very transparent with our community. So that we're not springing a resolution 3 days before we're voting on something that doesn't give our community time to react to it. And that's my real concern, is making sure that we're not putting resolutions on a Friday, voting on it on a Tuesday, when it's something that's pretty significant and requires time. I mean, the release of the proposed charter school to CSI had financial implications potentially, or legal. Like, there's research that needs to be done. And I think for us to do our due diligence, having that awareness ahead of time is really critical for us to do our job that we need to do.
Director Thompson.
Just on record, it's BEDH. So the public participation at school board meetings, where it says, and again, this is for clarity purposes for the public wishing to make formal presentations before the board, other than public comment, should submit an advance written request with the superintendent or the board president so that such presentations, when appropriate, may be scheduled and on the agenda. And if we're going to be looking at policy, I think through that process, like at least the rest of the board being alerted that those requests have happened would be nice. Like if we could find a place to add that.
Fair enough. Director Moore.
So the other question I have related to our role is that when an item is on the agenda, and I'll just go back to since we're talking about the two issues. The one is the curriculum. If there's an item on the agenda for the board to approve a new curriculum, how is it not appropriate in some form for the board to work? I understand that, we had a lot of this discussion already, but we're not a rubber stamp. So how is it not appropriate for the board to occasionally need to do more research with subject matter experts to truly understand what we're saying yes or no on? I don't know that we very often need to do that, but there may occasionally be that need, and it doesn't seem inappropriate as long as it's transparent and done with superintendent knowledge, which I believe this was. I just don't know that that necessarily is really wrong in every circumstance. I understand that we don't want to be guiding staff and dictating how staff does their job. That's not our role, but just to get informed. I mean, I want to make sure that I understand that. Are we okay to do that, or is that really not how we're supposed to do it?
Director Meek?
I don't think it's okay for us to meet with staff without the superintendent being fully aware. I don't think it's ever okay to meet with staff to vet a curriculum. I think you would vet that with the superintendent. And if you need additional, input from an educator, working with the superintendent, right, to sit down and talk. And I know you guys get frustrated with me when I bring up the past, but we have members of this board. I am part of a board that, fired a superintendent without cause. That's still on people's minds as staff members' mind. And so I just don't want to put anyone in a situation where they might feel uncomfortable, especially when it's a politically charged situation. There was a lot. We still will get emails every now and then around that situation. And so, again, I think it's fine for us to have conversations with educators. I think we need to be very cognizant that we're a board member. Like, they see us as board members. They may not feel totally open to respond to questions. Like, we can be very intimidating to others. And, they'll say, even when I know I've known staff members for a long time, and I'll have a relationship with them, but I still think they don't want to say no to me when I'm asking them about visiting a school. I know you're busy. I have to go out of my way to kind of realize that staff members have a really hard time saying no to us if we're asking something of them. And so that's why we have the superintendent as our primary link. And I think with our job for approving curriculum, we should never be a rubber stamp, which is why we really need to have procedures in place that work. And if we have concerns around something, we absolutely should stop it, but it's working with the superintendent. And I think that's what I'm really trying to emphasize. And it makes me really sad that I have relationships with employees that I feel like I have had to put up a wall, because it's just different when you're a board member.
And I actually would agree with you, except that this time they reached out to me. I wasn't the one that initiated it. And otherwise, I could totally see that it would make someone feel horribly uncomfortable to have conversations. But they reached out to me, opening the door for that conversation. So I find it different. But in the end, I didn't even meet with the teacher, so I'm not really sure that this is an issue at all.
Well, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. So. All right. Moving on then to Board of Education reports. We will just have a quick discussion on the reflection of our February 5th lunch and learn on dyslexia. And I just want to say thank you so much to all the staff who participated in that. We had, I think, a room of 30 educators. There were a lot of people here, and I just want to say thank you so much for taking your time out to come and educate us. I learned a lot in that meeting about things that we already are doing, things that we want to do. And since then, we've gotten even more definitive timeline, which is nice. And I think the two takeaways obviously is, well, I mean, I already knew this, but you could really hear and see the passion of all of the educators in that room. But then the other thing was just takeaways that we heard from other districts and what their experience is in rolling out a screener, and that while it's important to do it, what's more important than that is doing it well. So I'm thankful that we're being thoughtful around that. And then I'll start with Director Meek, and then we'll go back. Okay. Okay, just talking about the dyslexia lunch and learn. Anybody wants to? Director Weiniger?
Yeah, I would agree. I was very appreciative to all the educators that came to teach us their expertise and share their experiences. And you could tell they have a lot of passion for it. They have a lot of knowledge. They are there to do what's best for the kids they work with. And it's not something I could personally do. So I was very in a lot of admiration for the job that they do around trying to help our kids that need just a little more effort. And I don't know if you want to talk about the timeline, but they had a timeline in place on how they're going to try to get dyslexia screening, I believe is the right phrase. I don't want to say it wrong. Screeners in, and just trying to catch those kids in more efficient ways and using more tools. And they're very open to it and wanting to do what's best and doing it right and doing it well, and not just throwing it in teachers' laps without their input as well. So I felt like they had a lot of great input, and thank you to all of them that came and helped us learn.
Director Geiger?
Thank you. I am sorry that Deputy Superintendent Hyatt's not here. I know she was deeply involved in that, but I appreciate the rest of the staff and everything that they did. And I was very, very happy to get the subsequent follow-up with a specific timeline that gives us a goal and a plan to have a validated screener for our kindergartners in the spring of 26, which is a timeline that I think I'm glad that the staff feels is doable. I feel like we've got a nice coordination between the board setting a priority and the administration listening carefully to that priority and trying to comply with that, as well as informing us about the challenges in meeting that. I've been very clear about this. I think the board is universal on this. We are not doing badly, but we want to do better. And I think we're getting out ahead of the legislature on trying to be the best at this. And that was a lot of educators to sit in a room with and to learn from, and I appreciated that very much. And it was clear that you were taking our concerns seriously. And I think that felt nice. I look forward to, I hope, probably sometime this summer and then again next fall, with a meeting talking about how we're selecting a screener and what we're going to do and how the training is going and that kind of stuff. I thought some of the commitments on what we're going to do in terms of interventions with with those who have identified reading challenges, were every bit as important. Appreciated the attention to Orton Gillian. So I think what we've done over the last 4 months as a district, led by and the board in cooperation with the administration, is going to start changing lives relatively soon. This is part of my kind of policy thing. There are a lot of areas where we do it building by building, but as we've learned from core reading, as we're incorporating district-wide writing, there are things we need to do as a district for every kid, and I think we all agree now that the dyslexia and finding reading challenges is one of those things, and I'm very glad that we're coming to a consensus on how to do that.
Director Myers.
I really liked that day with it was quite to see that many people in the room, that we have that many people that are knowledgeable of what's going on. And I think I had such a big eye opener at our retreat in December with a kind of a mini simulation. And I know Director Thompson's really been involved with knowing what that really is. And it would almost be eye-opening to go through maybe a more extensive simulation to just kind of really be where kids were at. The only thing that happened that day that we had a student there, and and it was a kid that's with me on DCYI, and I just wish that he'd really gotten to share. I mean, he's graduating this year. He's my goodness, he's a success story. And I wish we would have had time to listen to him, and I think maybe that's why he came. I don't know, but I wish we'd had a little more time to, incorporate him into the meeting.
Director Meek.
Yeah, just my reflections. I was thinking of that student, and he was nodding along vigorously. There were parents tearing up in the audience. I mean, dyslexia impacts, I don't know, 15 to 20% of the population, and it has real effects on students and parents who are trying to help them. I think there are personal stories that we can share. My father, I believe, was dyslexic and was never diagnosed. Died at a very early age, dropped out of school, spent time in prison. I mean, this is what happens with dyslexia, and you're not addressing it. And so there's a real need. And I think my big takeaway from that day is we're a large system. It takes time to put steps in place. Our district has put the core curriculum in place. It started long before everyone on the board was here, I think. And it takes time to put those steps in place in order to move forward. And I think there is a urgency and a desire to really move forward as quickly as possible in order to make sure that we are helping every student that we can help. And just seeing the faces of the individuals in that room and seeing the impact it's having on their lives creates that sense of urgency for me.
Director Thompson.
All right, so I genuinely believe that this board is committed to the success of all of our students, and that this topic of early reading failure risk, as well as our students who may have dyslexia or do have dyslexia, that this is in the top of our minds, that we've been talking about it and advocating for it now for multiple months, and we've had some great conversations. And so again, I feel very good about the fact that this board values that. It's just really important that we just acknowledge that consensus. The other thing I wanted to just mention is, and everyone's kind of touched on it, so all the advancements that have happened within the district to support literacy and also to support or advance our efforts to support literacy. And so we know, right, OG was mentioned a moment ago by Director Geiger. We have UFly, that's been another one. We're hearing talks about potentially a call cohort. I mean, these are really, really important interventions that we know are very effective, and the level of support that this is going to provide our students that are struggling is just, it's massive. And so this is amazing. This is work, especially some of these new literacy programs. I mean, this is very recent work that's been pushed out and successful, and we have staff signing up for optional trainings in the masses. And I think that that in itself demonstrates the demand from staff. It demonstrates the need in our district to continue in this work. And so all around, it's great forward momentum. And then in regards to a universal screener that we've all been talking and focusing on, so we're making sure that we're catching our kids early, because we all know that early intervention is the most effective, and students can catch up quicker, all of those good things. These have been really important conversations. I'm very excited that we've seen a timeline. I want to kind of leave that dialogue for staff to present, but I'm excited about it. We know that a validated and reliable valid screener, that is the best way to catch our kids, and having a systematic process in place promotes equity. It's getting late now. Across our entire district. So it doesn't matter what school a student goes to, that they have access to the same types of supports and resources. So again, this is all moving in the right direction. We know teaching students to read is one of our most important and foundational obligations as a district. And so this heightened focus is it's really important, I think, for our kids, for our families. I know it's really important and personal for me. And yeah, so I'm looking forward to the next round of updates.
All right, moving on to item 23. Oh, sorry, Director Moore wasn't there, so unless, did you have something you wanted to? Okay. Moving on to item 23, President Report. The next meeting of the Board of Education is March 4th. Agenda planning for that meeting will be this Thursday at 1 p.m. here at Wilcox. And that's all I have right now. Director Weiniger.
Quick. So since our last meeting, I had an MBOC meeting, which is Mail Bond Oversight Committee. And I just realized I'm pulling up my notes from the FOC, so I'll just go by memory. So we had an update around selling the bonds, and we also had an update from our director of the bond project, Jackie Millay. She talked about the projects that they're doing this summer. She calls it the Big Five, or she had this whole phrase for everything. She's so funny. Like Sierra Middle School, then they're, I believe, going to start breaking ground on the elementary schools. And shoot, I can't remember. I should have brought my notes. So hopefully Director Thompson has them up and can fill in. But it was good. It was cool to get to start talking about the bond projects and also the legacy expansion. Duh. That was a really good one. So that one's going to be working on too. And yeah, everyone's excited to hear more about it. And the finance team and Rich Cosgrove's team have put together really good presentations that the whole committee seemed really excited about. And then they also spent a lot of time on, little committees like talking about their operations and all their member terms and all that. So there was some time spent on that. And I think they're even going to do profiles on the website. They talked about doing that on their members just to encourage people to want to join, I think will help. And then this Friday, I am attending Women and Girls Sports Luncheon. Wait, Girls and Women, let me say it right, in Sports Luncheon. So looking forward to that, because I actually haven't gone at all. So I think that'll be a good time. And then everyone, don't go to school on Monday because it is President's Day. That's all.
All right, Director Moore.
LRPC meeting on the 5th, good meeting. We had growth and decline update presentation from Superintendent Kane, and she got some good feedback that was part of the policy we talked about tonight that we've already approved. Excuse me. Really, without going into a ton of other stuff, we did also talk to the LRPC about our board retreat for July and about their potential attendance, and so we should hear back, I think, at the next meeting. You think Director Geiger, what they want to present on. So no real pushback there, just they felt like, thanks for letting them know, and they'll figure it out, so. That's it.
Director Geiger.
I have done, first of all, thank you for handling the LRPC. We may be seeing some boundary changes come out of that as well, but they're still in the early process. I've done a number of SAC visits in the last couple of weeks. Trying to talk to people, obviously what they want to talk to me about is growth and decline. Lots of questions about, oh geez, thank you, Director. Lots of questions about that and the process. They are in general cordial and concerned. Some of the smaller schools are looking at our dashboarding, they're concerned. And they want to know how it's going to work. I'm not getting pushback on if it should happen. They're mostly talking about who and how. And so I'm at Copper Mesa last night. I've been at Eagle Ridge, Saddle Ranch, Coyote Creek. I will be meeting with Cougar Run and a couple of, and Northridge coming up. And I think it just helps if we're all out there kind of talking to people and understanding it. And then I would hope that we're going to continue to meet with them after the decision is made. And go out and do that and meet with the 6 schools involved. That seems like it's been a lot. So other than the lunch and learn and LRPC, that's all I've done.
A lot. Director Myers.
I had a DCYI meeting yesterday, and I've been on this committee since I was elected in, so my 4th year, and it just occurs to me every time I go, just how really important they are to our school district. I know that they have a RAP program, and so I'm going to put most of this in the board report because some of it seems kind of sensitive with the teachers in schools that will reach out to them when our schools have tried everything, and they just have a success rate with kids with truancy, a young man that's raised that has a 60% absenteeism in the district, and they get out and they just really have that connection. And it's getting to be that time of the year, April 28th, Outstanding Youth Awards. So we're, get ready for that one. That's coming up pretty soon. Director Meek and I will be heading to the Capitol Thursday morning with SAG kids, a dozen or so kids, SAG plus one that reached out to me and is going to join with us. So if any of the SAG kids are listening to this, please be very careful driving because we have to be there at 7:30. And so it's going to be cold, and just be careful getting down there. They're doing their own transportation. And I think that's all I have.
Director Thompson.
Yep, so I attended MBOC with Director Weiniger, and which most of the update was provided. I'd add to it, we had and I'm going to say it wrong, so arbitrage conversation, or did I get it out right? Good. So that was included in it. The presentation that we got from Jackie was helpful with all the dates and kind of understanding those timelines. The only thing I would add about speaking to that is just the way that this bond is mapped out and how you spend the funds. I mean, it is it's an extensive process from multiple fronts, from how the funds come into the district to how quickly you're able to spend those funds, to how you map out projects, to the fact that you have to make sure that you secure contractors and people to actually do the work to fall in those timelines, and how the district was ready to pounce as soon as we got that, the yes from the public, and that had really aligned us in a position to have great contractors, great timelines, to make right, there's a huge lift that's got to happen now with that bond. There's a lot of stuff that it does. We're building 2 schools, and so the work is just massive and so well organized and thought out, and you definitely get that appreciation sitting through and the MBOC and getting those types of presentations, just how detailed all of that is. And I just have so much confidence in our staff and how they handle these things. And then, and I've already talked about all the transparency stuff and all of that work. I mean, it's just fantastic. And then the other thing I would say is that They are talking about their operational procedures. We're hearing that on, the two committees that we're sitting on with FOC as well. And I had mentioned it during the meeting that it might be helpful for our committees to just maybe share with each other those operational procedures, just as they're hashing out what works for their individual committees, because they might learn something from each other since they're all kind of collectively doing that work right now. So they might benefit from that communication. And then the last piece was the date for the summer retreat that we mentioned at the last board meeting. That got brought up at MBOC. It seemed well received. We didn't have anybody like, no, that's an awful date. We saw everybody just kind of write it down. So we presented that information. And I think that's it.
Director Meek.
Great. Since we met last, I think I've been to about 6 SAC or PTO meetings. And you've heard about those already because I try to bring them up during the presentations. Lots of, I think, appreciation for the work, recognition that it needs to happen overall, and lots of anxiety, and people are ready just to know what's going to happen. So that's pretty much what's happened since the last meeting. Tomorrow we have the Student Advisory Group Planning Meeting, Day at the Capitol, which you heard about, and Girls and Women in Sports Luncheon, which I'm really looking forward to. When I worked in the district many years ago, I was responsible for pulling the very first one together. And it's just amazing to see that it's still going on and to recognize all of these amazing young athletes and what they do. So it'll be a really nice event.
Director Weiniger has one more.
There was one more thing I meant to mention about MBOC that got brought up was, of course, all the committees are asking about school pairings because that's top of mind, right? And don't forget, we did put $20 million in the bond plan for the new schools and just investing in them and making them how that community wants them to be. So I thought that would be good to bring up today since we talked a lot about that. But just a reminder, we do have bond money for those schools in that community.
Great. And before I take a motion to adjourn, everyone enjoy their 90-minute school delay. I just got the text message. All right. So with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great. Board of Education is now adjourned.